которое отвечает требованиям Международной организации ИКАО. Действует координационный центр поиска и спасания, который обеспечивает координацию действий всех заинтересованных служб при проведении поисково-спасательных мероприятий на территории Казахстана. В рамках реализации проекта аэронавигационной инфраструктуры в городе Туркестан разработаны проекты и завершены работы по установке радиотехнического оборудования и средств связи, инструментальная система посадки, всенаправленный радиомаяк, радиолокационный комплекс, автоматический радиопеленгатор. Предприятием получен сертификат поставщика аэронавигационного обслуживания на аэродроме Туркестан. Начато обслуживание коммерческих рейсов. Реализуется проект по модернизации сети AFTN-РК для внедрения системы обмена сообщениями AMIHS. Внедряя эти проекты, РГП КАЗ Аэронавигация преследует четкую цель – сделать полеты максимально эффективными и безопасными не только в Казахстане, но и на всем Евразийском континенте. И каждый, кто знаком с работой и коллективом РГП КАЗ Аэронавигация, уверен – эта цель достижима.
Last year, Kazakh National Agrarian Research University celebrated its 19th anniversary. Today, the university is developing as a world-class national research university. For this purpose, the university has created a developed research infrastructure. An institute for working with the Wageningen University has been established, where training and educational programs such as veterinary and food safety and technology and plant science and technology is being conducted. It is planned to recruit 50 students for each program, where they will receive the best knowledge without leaving the country. Agri-technological hub, water hub, 7 research institutes, 8 innovation centers, 49 research laboratories that are accredited by international agencies are functioning effectively. There are 18 international research centers created within the framework of scientific projects. Kazakh-Japanese Innovation Center is a leading open-type research center. It consists of 4 research laboratories, such as electron microscopy, microbiological safety, green biotechnology and cellular engineering, food and environmental safety. The laboratory are working on the determination of genetically modified products, heavy metals, mycotoxins, the residual amount of pesticides, antibiotics and xenobiotics. The methods of gas-liquid chromatography, chromatography mass spectrometry, electron microscopy, and molecular genetics are used. The laboratory staff is proficient in all research methods. Research Innovation Center for Food Technology and Quality develops new technologies for food production. The center consists of 2 research laboratories, such as analysis of physico-chemical and rheological properties of raw materials and the food technology, as well as 3 mini workshops for the production of bakery and confectionery, sausages and dairy products. The Kazakh-Korean Research Center conducts training for managers and specialists engaged in the cultivation of crops in the greenhouse. A smart greenhouse is being built. The investments were attracted from the Fund of Republic of Korea. The water hub is successfully operating. It consists of 14 research laboratories equipped with modern equipment. These are laboratories such as modeling of hydraulic processes, integrated use of water resources, studies of aerobic processes, hydraulic power plants for water supply, use of renewable energy sources, land reclamation and protection, hydraulic research and hydraulic structures. The Research Center for Sustainable Agriculture conducts research and applies precision farming to improve the condition of fields and agricultural management. The center has created a laboratory for natural resource management and sustainable development agro-ecosystems. The Laboratory of Microclonical Reproduction, together with Cornell University, United States, will produce up to 3 million pieces of healthy seedlings resistant to fire blight and other diseases. Intensive garden using Dutch technologies has been created in the Kazakh-Dutch Research Center together with Dutch Fruit Solution Kazakhstan. 54 varieties of fruits and berries were planted. Together with associations Dutch Greenhouse Delta, a 5th generation greenhouse will be created at the university, which will become a center for the dissemination of knowledge in the field of growing crops in greenhouse. The International Research Center for Vaccinology works together with foreign partners such as Ohio State University and Australian biotechnology company Vaccine. The center's scientists are working on creating a safe and a highly effective nanovaccine against COVID-19. The director of the center, young scientist Tabanov Qaysar, became the winner of the project 100 New Faces of Kazakhstan. An agricultural park has been created on the basis of educational and experimental farm, where crops are being tested. New varieties of tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, lettuce have been created in the Research Center Vegetable Growing. The Kazakh-Belarusian Agri-Engineering Innovation Center uses 50 types of modern equipment. Studies are being conducted on its adaptation to the condition of Kazakhstan. Recommendations for production are being developed. The Agrotechno Park has been equipped with 75 units of agricultural machinery and technologies, which fully works on the fields of educational and experimental farm. The system of international online conference in all areas of agricultural science and education has been widely tested. Scientists from both Kazakh University and the research institutes, as well as foreign specialists, actively participate in them. In honor of 30th anniversary of independence of Republic of Kazakhstan, and within the framework of Ruhani Zhangru program, international scientific and practical conferences, forums are held at the university. Various thematic scientific projects and events are being developed. The university has launched projects such as 30 significant events during the years of independence of Kazakhstan, 30 good deeds, 30 best startup projects, 30 best young scientists, 30 best students, 30 scientific patents, 30 sponsored schools and colleges. The goals of the project 30 Best Young Scientists is to support innovative ideas of young scientists who have made significant contribution to the development of fundamental and applied science to help them realize their scientific potential in agriculture. International summer and winter schools are held annually in 14 areas of agricultural scientific development. The university occupies worthy place in 9 international and national rankings. Over the past 3 years, the university has made a big leap and has risen by 150 positions in the ranking of best universities in the world QS 2022, taking 551st place. All these activities and results allow staff of Kazakh National Agrarian Research University to look confidently into the future and become institutional locomotive for the development of agricultural education and science in Kazakhstan.
I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
My curriculum focuses on advancing technologies and what they make possible. What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing and synthetic biology.
Exponential Innovation is a 15-week course where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
My son Tarun and I have developed the most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world, which teaches about exponential technologies and their convergences. We teach you what the core technologies are. We teach you what happens when technologies converge. We teach you new methods of innovation. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons and help us to solve the grand challenges of humanity?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it. And I encourage you to join the Nobel Fest educational platform.
I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Мы рады приветствовать вас, дорогие гости, на нашем научно-образовательном фестивале. Наша студия в городе Нур-Султан рада открыть уже итоговый 4-й день Нобель-феста, где вместе с приветственными словами выступят вице-министр образования и науки Республики Казахстан Бибигуль Асылова, региональный бизнес-партнер по HR компании Coca-Cola Асмара Номани. Сегодня вас ожидает большое количество дискуссий на тему образования и профессии будущего. Наши спикеры подготовили для вас интересную познавательную информацию.
Ғалым болмай немене балалықты қисаңыз, болмасаң да ұқсап бақ бір ғалымды көрсеңіз деп қазақ халқының ұлы Абай ақын айтқандай, біздің аймағымыздың ғылым, білім саласындағы ең ірі Нобель-фест атты фестивалімізді осы сөздермен бастаймын. Қайырлы күн, құрметті Нобель-фест көрермендері. Good day, dear participants of Nobel-fest. We're glad to welcome you on our 3rd day of the festival. My name is Umit Gubay. I'm an international projects coordinator at Inclusive Development Foundation and also the program manager of Nobel Fest. I'd like to thank you all for watching us today. The festival is taking place right now simultaneously in 3 different countries in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan. And surprisingly, we're watched not only by people from the region of Central Asia and the Caucasus, but also from all around the world. Today we have participants from all over the world, over 70 countries, 200 cities. Students and professionals of 100 universities are watching us. So here I want to say that Nobel Fest is not only the platform where people can have access and gain valuable knowledge and have the unique opportunity to interact with Nobel Prize laureates and world experts, but also there is a great platform for building valuable connections and e-meeting, finding the same mindful people. And here I want also to add that Nobel Fest is more than just a festival. Our team is right now creating Nobel Fest educational platform where we invite different world experts and we create with them online courses for students of our region. These courses are last 15 weeks. They are special for students. And one of our first courses is being recorded with world famous innovator. His name is Zhanibek Baktygaliev. He is doing the course with Arun Batva. Zhanibek Baktygaliev is a professor that has been teaching in the best universities of the world as Harvard School, Emory University, University of Singularity, Carnegie Mellon University, and many others. And he's recognized as one of the most influential people in the area of technology. So I would like to tell you that this course will be released and launched very soon. And our mission here was to make top quality education accessible, affordable to all students. And I hope that you will enjoy and find this course beneficial for you. And now I would like to allow our dear guests and dear partners to convey their words of greetings. Теперь слово приветствия хочу предоставить нашим дорогим партнерам Нобелевского фестиваля. И первым у нас начинает директор по корпоративным связям Генерального секретариата ДАНОН Центральной Азии, Кавказа и Монголии Dinmukhamed Aisautov.
Добрый день, дорогие студенты. Сегодня, когда меня попросили выступить с очень краткой речью, когда я к этому готовился, я вспомнил свою личную историю, которую хотел вам рассказать. Когда я учился в 8 классе, я зашел в книжный магазин и увидел очень интересную книгу, которая называлась «Ядерная и термоядерная энергетика будущего». Это были 80-е годы. Вот. К сожалению, денег у меня купить ее не было, но она так захватила меня, что я, к сожалению, взял ее и украл. Сейчас уже прошло много лет, об этом можно спокойно рассказать, но тогда, конечно, это действительно был тот поступок, за который мне сейчас тоже неловко. Тем не менее, книга была настолько интересной, что я несколько раз прочитал ее от корки до корки. И эта книга, наверное, оказалась какой-то волшебной, потому что с тех пор я до сих пор читаю очень много литературы по квантовой физике, по ядерной физике, энергетике и прочим наукам. И эти знания, они наполняют меня, и это очень интересно. И я просто почему вам это все рассказываю? Потому что тогда, в 80-х годах, не было этих возможностей, не было интернета. И мы знания наши добывали вручную, просиживая долгими часами в библиотеках. Сейчас у вас безбрежный океан информации доступен кликом одной мыши. И я призываю вас, пользуйтесь вот этими возможностями. Изучайте новые предметы, оставайтесь любопытными, расширяйте ваши горизонты, потому что это сделает вас образованными, грамотными людьми. И, конечно же, безусловно, повлияет на вашу дальнейшую жизнь, на ваш успех в жизни. Это все, что я хотел вам сегодня сказать. Приветствие всем участникам, и я уверен, что заключительный день Нобел-феста пройдет восхитительно. Спасибо, коллеги.
Мухаммед. Следующее наше слово приветствие предоставляется председателю правления акционерного общества Фонда науки, уважаемому Орыну Омангельдиевичу. Вам слово.
Спасибо. Я хотел бы сегодня кратко рассказать отдельные вопросы, которые касаются, можно слайды сразу, которые касаются науки в Казахстане, как она развивается от образования в сторону профессий, в сторону дальнейших шагов предпринимательства и какие есть в Казахстане основные сейчас у нас успехи. Я хотел бы начать, может быть, пожалуйста, слайды, если можно. Вот. Мы в последнее время замечаем, что рынок труда сильно меняется. Очень много сейчас говорят о том, что вот когда-то были такие профессии, например, как лифтер. Сейчас совершенно никто не пользуется услугами лифтера, который возит, открывает, закрывает двери и перевозит людей с места на место. Значит, ожидается, что также будет с рынком перевозчиков. Вот. Индустрия 4.0 приведет к тому, что 45% профессий исчезнет или изменится, или видоизменится, как говорит Клаус Шваб. Ну и, конечно, сейчас уже, как говорят о том, что есть алгоритмы, которые сокращают труд бухгалтеров, нотариусов. В Париже, например, целые ветки метро уже 10 лет возят пассажиров без машинистов. А в Дубае к концу десятилетия четверть такси будет беспилотными. Вот что будет дальше меняться, уже есть у нас в Казахстане атлас новых профессий, попытка форсайта рынка труда уже сделана. В принципе, многие, наверное, об этом слышали. Следующий слайд. И теперь как должен меняться рынок образования? Такие тенденции, вот, которые сейчас у нас заметны, вот здесь совсем недалеко на Экспо есть так называемая школа программирования АЛЕМ, созданная по аналогии с школы 42 французской, которая работает без преподавателей. Вот известная детская игра «Майнкрафт», мой, например, сын там в ней очень долго может пропадать, сформирована так, чтобы можно было даже учиться, играя, идя на формат обучения через игры. Есть обучение без учебных заведений. Вот наш известный Иманбек Зайкенов, обладатель премии Грэмми, всему научился по видеоурокам YouTube, как он сам говорит, и 67 раз его трек был платиновым по всему миру. Теперь вот как дальше должно двигаться образование? По самому следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Основные направления. Люди все рождаются зависимыми, они как дети, значит, все время зависят от родителей. Буквально все проходят вот этот этап от зависимости к наемничеству. Самые, так сказать, продвинутые, обучившиеся становятся наемными работниками и вот становятся более свободными. Но наиболее свободные из них доходят до предпринимательства. Вот. Здесь можно сказать, что есть труд, который дешевле отдать людям, чем роботам, поэтому этот труд, скорее всего, будет оставаться, но он мало кому интересен. Второй вид – это навыки, которые сложно алгоритмизировать, сферы, до которых программисты не дойдут или дойдут не сразу. Вот. Ну и, естественно, какие основной навык, который должен быть, это предпринимательство, который фактически является главным. Вот здесь вот представлен, как идет предпринимательство в Республике Казахстан, как можно от образования к науке двигаться, как идти от науки к коммерциализации науки и уже инновационному предпринимательству. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот здесь вот показаны, значит, итоги нашей работы за последние 5 лет Фонда науки. 155 проектов сейчас администрируются, 113 из них стали бизнесами, 65 ученых получили либо доли, либо роялти, в новых бизнесах 79 НИИ получили доли или роялти, вот, и 6 создано теньговых единорогов. Можно следующий слайд. Значит, сейчас уже в Казахстане есть случаи, когда теньговые единороги появляются на базе научных каких-то открытий, изобретений, и они показывают хорошие результаты. Следующий слайд. Здесь я хотел бы показать, ну, у меня есть полминутки, да, еще? Вот здесь я хотел бы показать 4 разных формы того, как ученые становятся предпринимателями, как им можно становиться. Symbiotic NAR – это когда ученые Назарбаев университет договорились с компанией «Родина» о том, что продажи Symbiotic NAR, 10% от продаж идут ученым. Вот так вот ученый продолжает заниматься наукой и никуда не хочет уезжать ни в Америку, ни в Россию, ни в Европу, никуда еще. Хочет работать в Казахстане, максимум путешествовать или ездить на конференцию куда-то в другие места. Вот первый формат Symbiotic NAR работает. Второй формат – это когда ученые сами свои бизнесы создают. Вот второй – это резинотехнические изделия iMlab. Наурзбаев, Михаил Касымович, Алматы, Казгу, химик изобрели новые формы материалов, композитов, и на базе вот этих новых материалов делают хорошие, интересные изобретения и свой собственный бизнес. Третий формат – контейнерный метод выращивания саженцев. Ботаники, Мангышлакский ботанический сад зарабатывают на том, что продают саженцы, которые сами и вырастили, сами и, так сказать, вывели селекционно, которые адаптированы к соленым и аридным условиям Мангыстау. Вот. И на севере, можно сказать, Агритек Кату – это, значит, агротехнический университет нашего города Нур-Султан. Значит, у них логика такая: 51% бизнеса принадлежит ученому, доля университета 9%, а 40% частному партнеру Целин Сельмашу. И таким образом, получается, бизнес работает. Сам ученый в этом году заработал порядка 40 миллионов. И, ну, можно отсюда посчитать, сколько заработал вуз, сколько заработал частный партнер. Все довольны от того, что занялись развитием предпринимательства, основанного на собственных изобретениях. Отсюда конечный вывод, что надо заниматься предпринимательством. Это как следующий этап после развития. И поскольку предпринимательство – это такой навык, который не исчезнет, невзирая на то, как будет меняться рынок труда, можно говорить, что вот в этом направлении надо дальше всем нам развиваться. Спасибо за внимание.
Большое спасибо вам за презентацию. Я бы хотела здесь отметить, что как раз-таки курс, который мы сейчас создаем по названию Exponential Innovation, на русском экспоненциальная инновация, как раз-таки об этом и говорит и вдохновляет всех студентов, чтобы они тоже занимались предпринимательством. И также в следующем году в рамках Nobel Fest мы тоже хотим провести большую выставку, где наши ученые нашего региона, да, и Казахстана смогут представить свои достижения и результаты сферы инноваций. Большое вам спасибо. И на этой ноте мы открываем последний день Nobel Fest и желаем вам всем новых идей, открытий и достижений. Мы надеемся, что Нобелевский фестиваль принесет вам всем много новых знаний и будет мотивировать вас на новые свершения. Оставайтесь с нами. Рахмет.
Қылыштай қойып қойған, қылыштай іліп қойған, намыстың тарап бойдан. Құлшынып еңбектенем, малшынып терге бөгем, мақтанып кеуде керем. Еліміз жұлдызы жанған жеріміз, тәуелсіз арман
Been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
My curriculum focuses on advancing technologies and what they make possible. What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing and synthetic biology.
Exponential Innovation is a 15-week course where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
My son Tarun and I have developed the most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world, which teaches about exponential technologies and their convergences. We teach you what the core technologies are. We teach you what happens when technologies converge. We teach you new methods of innovation. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons and help us to solve the grand challenges of humanity?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it. And I encourage you to join the Nobel Fest educational platform.
I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Развитие человеческого прогресса происходит очень быстро. Постоянно создаются инновационные технологии, совершаются научные открытия, появляется новая информация. Именно поэтому те навыки, которые были полезны человеку несколько десятилетий назад, в настоящее время теряют свою актуальность на фоне быстрых изменений. Поэтому сегодня мы поговорим о навыках и профессиях, которые пригодятся вам в ближайшем будущем. Об этом проведут беседу основатель израильской Силиконовой долины, серийный предприниматель и глобальный инвестор, основатель и генеральный директор Our Crowd Джонатан Медведь, генеральный директор Microsoft Казахстан Сергей Лещенко и глобальный руководитель университетских альянсов САП Катарина Шефер. Модератор сессии, эксперт в области образования, генеральный директор BTS Education Sayasat Nurbek.
Добро пожаловать на последний день нашего Нобельфеста. И сегодня мы продолжим нашу дискуссию, поговорив о навыках будущего. И сегодня у нас очень интересная панель экспертов. Она представлена индустрией. То есть мы не будем сегодня слушать академиков, представителей университетов, учебных заведений. Мы послушаем людей, которые берут нас на работу. Мы послушаем людей, которые рассматривает огромное количество стартапов, огромное количество компаний, которые видят вживую, какие навыки, какие компетенции, какие знания, какие ценности важны для того, чтобы стать по-настоящему успешным в нашем турбулентном и очень быстро меняющемся мире, какие навыки закладывают основу долгосрочной конкурентоспособности и позволяют молодым людям и не только оставаться на плаву, находить новые горизонты развития, выстраивать новые точки роста и продолжать улучшать наш мир. Поэтому я с огромной радостью предоставляю нам нашего первого эксперта, господина Джона Медведя. Он является одним из самых, наверное, известных венчурных капиталистов, интеграторов, коммуникаторов венчурной индустрии в Израиле, но и не только. Построенная господином Медведем платформа Our Crowd считается одной из самых успешных платформ по привлечению инвестиций не только там в венчурную индустрию, но и в private equity, и в классических инвестициях. Очень широко и очень сильно оценивается эта платформа по способности интегрировать огромное количество игроков на этом поле, инвесторов, находить очень успешные проекты и стартапы, создавать правильную культуру инвестирования, формировать правильные долгосрочные отношения между командами и инвесторами. Well, John, thank you for joining us. You are considered one of the most influential venture capitalists, but not only as the investor, but also as a great integrator, great communicator who was able to build a community, not only in Israel, but in many other countries. And of course, Israel is the platform you built, the Our Crowd, serves as a breakthrough project in private equity and not only venture capital investor relations, building a platform that communicates, that gathers around a lot of stakeholders. A good friend of mine, Jacob Yakidayan, he's a big name in EdTech industry, and coming from EdTech, I visited Israel several times, and he was telling me, so my first non-physical introduction to you was through Yakidayan, Jacob Yakidayan. He said, oh, we have that great guy who started it all. But our today's topic is skills of the future. Through your vast experience in assessing lots and lots of teams and looking into which skills, which qualities, which values, which competencies make things happen, lay the foundation of long-term growth of successful companies. Can you please share your experience? Tell us a little bit about Our Crowd, the founding principles of Our Crowd, but also if you could give us your insights on skills that matter, skills that make things happen, skills that a lot of the audiences that are listening to you today, the younger people, the young generation, should be focusing on to make sustainable career moves, to keep their competitive edge as long as possible. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's delightful to be here, and I hope soon to be able to spend more time in Central Asia. At Our Crowd, we are a global investment platform for startups. We started in Israel. We have obviously a very fertile and exciting ecosystem in Israel. This year, there will be about $22 billion invested in Israeli startups. That's up from $10 billion last year. So things are just booming. We'd love to invite all of your listeners to join us for the Our Crowd Summit in May 25th. We're going to be back. It's going to be outside, good weather, COVID friendly, God willing. And we really are interested in building stronger ties with Central Asia. And I really want to salute and congratulate the organizers of this fine event. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today. What I would like to say about values and skills, I would like to do it with three things. I think that you need passion, you need resilience, and you need reinvention. And those are, with those three, you can go a long way. There's lots of others, but if you have passion, you have reinvention, and you have resilience, I think you're going to be in a good position. So first of all, I'm assuming that you're smart. I'm assuming that you're educated, either by yourself or formally. I'm assuming you've got experience in some kind of a discipline. It might not be the area that you're starting a company in. I myself grew up studying history, and my first startup was in fiber optic communications in the 1980s. And I taught myself optics and system design. My next startup was in multilingual software. I then became a venture capitalist. No one taught me that. And then I became a mobile software entrepreneur, invented something that looks a lot like TikTok, but about 15 years too early, took it public in New York. So the element which is most important is passion. Okay, if you are bored or apathetic or sort of just placid, everything is calm, it's not going to work. You're not going to raise money. You're not going to be able to recruit people. You're not going to be able to get both investors and customers to join you. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be a showman. It doesn't mean you have to be the world's greatest speaker, but there has to be some fire in your heart and in your belly and in your head, and that fire has to be palpable. You have to be able to experience it. So passion, number one. Number two is the ability to be resilient, okay? What is resilience? Resilience means that you're going to be knocked down, you're going to be punched, you're going to be in trouble, your market's going to change on you, your competitors are going to get there first, people are going to betray you, there's going to be all kinds of bad things that happen on the way. That's life. Okay, life, I think, is a huge blessing, a wonderful thing, but there are bad things that happen. The question is, how do you respond to them? What do you do? Do you get up and continue fighting? Do you lie down? Do you run away? In my country, it's very strange. When now things are very, very tranquil and calm relatively, but we have people who fire missiles at us. What do? We knock them out of the air. We develop systems to protect ourselves. What do we do when we hear, God forbid, a bomb in the street? Do we run away? No, we run towards it to help people. Our country represents resilience, represents the ability to continue to survive and to thrive despite challenges, to turn curses into blessings. We don't have water in our country, we become water technologists. We don't have a market, we go global. We don't have natural resources, certainly the way that countries like Kazakhstan has. Guess what? We develop human resources. So that resilience is critical. And then finally, the most, I think, important element is the ability to do reinvention. Because in today, most companies have to go through a pivot. When you start a startup, you're going to have a certain direction, and then all of a sudden you're going to say, oops, that's not exactly the direction I want. I need plan B or plan C. And so you have to be flexible, creative, analytical enough to reinvent the company. And you need to be able to do that in today's world with yourself. Everybody has to continue being educated. You can't get old. Okay, in other words, yes, we're going to get old. Look at my hair. Okay, I'm already, getting gray, but I don't feel old. I will never let myself feel old, because that need to reinvent yourself constantly, to constantly stay ahead of the game, to look forward, is really, really critical. A part of it is realizing that life itself is very short. Right? We don't have long. It's precious. It's the only truly limited resource. There's always more money. There's always, more customers or more engineers, but time, sorry, that's all you got. It's a fixed amount. And you have to use it intelligently. And you have to be willing to take risks. And the biggest risk is to reinvent, and to constantly reinvent yourself and your company and be willing to move forward. Those are some initial thoughts.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you. I mean, to summarize John's words, and it's mostly soft skills. I'd say it's more existential skills, life skills. Stay young, stay hungry, stay passionate, constantly evolve, constantly reinvent yourself, and be resilient. Life is not a bed of roses, so you have to withstand the blows, rise and rise again, and move forward and push forward. Thank you, John. Well, our next speaker is Sergey Leschenko. He's country director for Microsoft Kazakhstan. And Sergey, there's a particular question to you. Microsoft and all those big boys, big corporations, Google, now we have Meta now, they've rebranded themselves to Facebook, the Amazon. They seem to be not satisfied with formal education anymore. And your company in particularly, you've bought LinkedIn, right? And there's this huge professional social media. And then the Lynda, combined with lynda.com, the Microsoft launched the LinkedIn Learning Certificate. So basically what we see, a huge revolution happening, which would potentially create a supranational education standard. So as we see it, if you look at education in the last 200 years, it's been developing as national curricula, a national standard system. So we had national standards and curricula of Kazakhstan, of Russia, Germany, and there were processes like Bologna process and trying to synchronize, creating the credit systems, diploma accreditation systems, and so on and so forth. But now we see there's an attempt to create kind of a supranational certification and education programs, like what Microsoft is doing with LinkedIn and Lynda, the LinkedIn Learning Certificate. So what exactly are the priorities for Microsoft in terms of skills and upskilling, reskilling programs and executive and these short-term programs you're trying to create? And there are a bunch of them. There's apart from MOOCs, a lot of these large corporations are trying to expand their talent pool, trying to expand, to tap into talent resources apart from formal education, apart from universities. If we could elaborate on this, Sergey, and also, of course, your personal recommendations, your personal picks on top skills that make things happen. Sergey? Are you with us, Sergey? Could you...
Sorry, I was with.
Right. Sorry.
Thank you, Seth. I agree. It's a very interesting topic, and I will start with personal touch on this. I'm a father of 3 kids, 10, 13, and 16, and I do have questions about education. Looks like nobody knows how education should be developed, and we as parents are running around discussing with each other, trying schools, trying these educational concepts, and looks like that we are on the edge of something very interesting will happen to education. And in short, as far as I understand, standard educational system was very much focused on discipline, and the current environment, current culture, current way of how people communicate, how global we are. We face that discipline is not enough to work together. We need to be creative, we need to be inclusive, we need to be diverse, we need to be humble in understanding each other, we need to be smart enough and wise enough to agree with each other. So looks like these new skills will be necessary, and new institutions will encounter new institutions. In Microsoft, yeah, you're right, we have huge amount of programs and institutions for learning, education, and learning is one of main part of culture in our company, and we open huge amount of our resources to the society, so that society can learn a lot and learn what they want. I think I will start from this topic John told about the passion, because we have three management leadership principles, and passion is one of them. But first is making clarity, and then energy, which is very much like passion, and then deliver success. So you need to be clear in your goals, you need to create passion or energy, like John said, and then you need to deliver success, which I think is about reinvention. So if you deliver success, if it's good, you can go to the other cycle. If you're not, then you need to reinvent yourself and go this cycle from the beginning. But I will stop at this first point about clarity, making clarity. I think that this quality, this skill will be very important, is important today and will be important in the future. And in order to create clarity, you need to work on yourself, and you also need to work on how you communicate. And I think that in this term, in this context, new skills that people will need to develop, they will need to focus more and more on words, on language, on culture. Continue to learn your language, your culture, continue to learn how to communicate, continue to learn how to be inclusive, how to create a safe environment so that diverse clusters of people can enter this inclusive environment, and how thrive together. And also another important skill while communicating and developing and learning is instruments, technology, how we do it. In this context, it's very important to understand how to be secure and how to be safe using these instruments, and how to use these instruments in always on mode. As John said, you need to learn all your life. And I will finish with one question. Sayasat, do you know, or maybe my colleagues, do you know what school means regarding education? School, or in Russian, школа. Yeah, school is coming from Greek word skole, which is about free time, which is kind of paradox. Yes, so school, when you ask student what is school and tell that school is free time, it's not a simple idea. So I think that also we need to learn, and we need to help our children learn how to work with our free time. We having more free time, and the way how will we spend our free time will define ourselves. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sergey. You actually touched a very interesting skill of some sort, the energy, maintaining your energy. A lot of companies, including my company, is now facing a huge problem of burning out. When switching to remote work or introducing hybrid work, I've seen that best of the best, my best employees are just burning out, and their knowledge and experience and talents are of no use to company, because he just have some sorts of problem of managing his energy levels, keeping his motivation. And that's becoming a huge problem. We had a problem here in Kazakhstan and in many countries of the world, in fact, with teachers, Sergey, when they were, we had this abrupt, non-prepared switch to the distant education. A lot of these teachers were fatigued, were exhausted, because spending hours and hours in your Zoom And there are all sorts of psychological issues that kick in. So now we had to introduce some sort of a upskilling program for, managing your energy levels, right? So that's, and there's on a side note, the CEO, the chief executive officer, has a new connotation of chief energy officer, someone who keeps the energy in his people, who motivates, who supplies the energy, who keeps up the energy, who's the one who keeps the company energy level at certain steady course, right? So thank you, Sergey, thank you. And we'll get back to the question of the school just a little bit later, because I want to give the floor to Katharina Schafer. She's head of the Global University Alliances at SAP. So Katharina, you've been managing SAP's university partnership, academic partnerships for over 4 years now. You see how education is transforming, and industry has crucial role in shaping the demands, new demands for skills, because the formal schooling system, and Sergey is absolutely right, that the key issue we have to ask ourselves, how the education system should be reformed to meet this new supply, to meet these new demands, to meet this new changing, radically changing landscape of labor market, when we have all kinds of new skills and jobs that emerge, that all jobs are going out of business, retiring jobs, retiring skills. So that there should be some fundamental change in education system. So coming from your duty as at SAP, coming from your personal experience, which skills, which new fundamentals, new principles should the new schooling system, education system should be based to better meet the changing demands of the industries?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, first of all, thank you also for having me here today. Great conference. Kudos to you. And I will say this chief energy officer. I like this phrase. I will tell our chief energy officer. He will love that for sure. Yeah, I'm now in that role actually for 1.5 years. Before, I'm an aerospace engineer from a background here. And here you already see, I came from the research side, moved to industry, started, in the aerospace engineering part, and now took over the University Alliances part. And that's about reinventing. Yeah, I really would like to echo it. And I think you will be always successful if you have passion. If you're passionate about your task, then you will for sure succeed. And I would like to include one more part, and I think that's also part of the reinvention thing. We at SAP, we say it's about lifelong learning. Learning will never stop. I mean, when I was at the university, I thought when I have my diploma, check, and then I'm skilled for the future, perhaps here and then small trainings, depending on a new task. But to be very honest, I mean, what was I taught? I was taught how to learn. And the new technologies, and our ecosystem, SAP, is the world leader in enterprise application software. And we have more than 400,000 customers. In Kazakhstan, we have even 100 big customers that are, using SAP as their data backbone. And we have 20,000 partners worldwide. And they are all desperately need talent. And they need digital skilled talent. But as already said, it's not only about the digital skills, it's also about the mindset. It's about so many soft skills that are so important. I think most of you know the prediction of the World Economic Forum, right? Where there will 100 million of new jobs arising until 2025, with data analysts needed, digital transformation specialists needed. But there will also be a decrease in certain jobs, the jobs with repetitive tasks. But this is a great thing, because these are the tasks I think nearly nobody wants to do, right? So AI will leave us with the tasks with where we need creativity, where we need strategic thinking. And we have to, you said it, it's now due to the pandemic, it's this remote work. It's really another way of working, and we have to get used to it. And the young people, you know, when you start a job purely remote, that is so different if you start a job, you know, coming into the office, meeting people at the coffee corner. So you have to think about new ways how to create your network, because a network is really, it's crucial to do your task. And also, so it's in my opinion, and we really foster that at SAP, lifelong learning. We have several programs for our customers, for our partners to upskill their employees. But we also look for the, you know, future workforce. We have the program that I'm leading, the University Alliances program and the Young Thinkers program. We want to start very soon already at the schools, and also here schools love that free time. I mean, to be honest, look at the kindergarten, look at now the new offices, they foster creativity. And when you look at the university, you're still sitting there watching someone, you know, talking about something, a very specific discipline. I think that's not how the future of education should look like. It's more, you can, at home, you can skill yourself with the, you know, discipline skills, with the digital skills that you need. But when you come to university, when you come to the office, you want to communicate, you want to interact, you want to brainstorm, you want to be creative. And yeah, this is something that we already do together with our educational partners. We, for example, partner together with TUMO, which is the creativity center in Armenia, and they even have now, and I'm really excited about that, have a center now in Berlin, so also in Germany. Our Angela Merkel went there, and she was really passionate about this way of learning, and we partner with them. And what we want to provide is formats where we, you know, combine the learning of technology, providing our technology as well as open source, and giving the students, the pupils, real world challenges from customers of us. And then, you know, also include some design thinking methodology, think at a certain task in a very different way. This is how we do it as well at SAP. And that is what we want like to introduce to the students. And we have, for example, an SAP Next Gen Lab in Kazakhstan at the university in Almaty, where we specifically do these kind of things, do these projects with regional partners, with regional customers. And and so I really hope that this will transform. My kids are very small now, they're 1.5 and 4, so not in the school yet. But I'm also a little bit afraid, how will this school look like? I think there has to be a shift, not only, there is a shift in digital skills, there has to be a shift in the educational way we do in the schools and in the university. It's more really coming together here and foster the creativity. And that then, you know, the education should be a front runner, to be honest. And now I see in industry, sometimes we are the front runner. I mean, our offices, they look like more asset fostering creativity. And so I think curiosity and lifelong learning are really major skills you should have.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Katharina. Rocket science, aerospace engineering, you are truly intelligence and beauty combined. And you were pointed out, you focused on a very important issue. We have about 7 minutes left. So I'm going to run this really short. So John, and I'm addressing all the speakers, you have 2 minutes to identify several key characteristics of new education system that should unfold in order to keep up with the pace of innovation and change. And hard skills, we're kind of forgetting about hard skills. We're talking, all of the speakers talked about soft skills, but name one hard skill that you think is crucial for the time being. John?
Okay, so hard skill, obviously, go learn Python. If you're not learning Python, you're not watching what's going on. Become a data scientist. You know, these people from SAP, Microsoft, Amazon, Google will hire you, pay you wonderful money, but you don't want to be a salaried person. You don't want to get a job. You want to make an impact. You want to create a startup. You want to change the world. Dream big. Life is too short for small dreams. Okay, if your dreams aren't big, what's the point? And in my country, basically from the earliest age, kids are a bit thrown into kindergarten where we don't have clean and organized play. We throw, literally a junk in the yard of a kindergarten, old microwave ovens and old electronics, and the kids basically play with junk and create stuff, okay? We let kids run free, okay? In my country, it's very undisciplined. Israelis don't salute, they don't march, they don't take orders, okay? And that kind of freedom results in a lot of creativity and a lot of startups. You will not learn everything in school. Yeah. You will learn in informal and extracurricular, whether it's in scouting or the army or in all kinds of ways, but get out there and dream big.
Well, thank you, John. The culture of mistake is important. Making mistakes and learning from them and making these mistakes over and over and keeping and progressing, that's very important part of education. I noted. Sergey, Microsoft is big on education. You're doing tremendous jobs helping governments all over, tackling the education issues. Name at least one or two key characteristics you think that the education system should focus on. Sergey, yes, he does.
I think that as we see it, hybrid, we see hybrid world of work, and as a company and working with our customers and partners, we see that hybrid world of work is here, and it will stay with us. And 70% of people want hybrid regime of work to stay. But we have also some paradox that 70% want to stay with some agile way of work, and at the same time 70% of people want to be more close to their colleagues and to their teams. So this hybrid work paradox, it's very interesting thing, and the future technology it's a call for technology to solve this paradox, because technology, as very close to magic, is solving this paradox. We already living in a world where time is not as important, distance disappeared. We talking together from different points of the world, and this technology is instruments, and having open mind to understand what is possible and not be limited with paradox, go through mistakes, understand that whole science is based on falsification principles, and understand better science, understand better ourselves, be open-minded, don't be afraid of things. These kind of skills will be important in ourselves and in our close ones, in our children. We need to nurture this. Thanks.
Thank you, Sergey. Well, Katharina, you started it all with the school, getting back to school system, to education system. In the remaining 2 minutes, can you please describe in your own words the ideal school as you see it?
I loved the phrase of school is free time. Yeah, I think what we have is a problem we see here and now with the remote work, with the home office. I mean, we are at SAP 100% for flex work. We have implemented a flex work model. You can work wherever you want, whenever you want. It's trust-based. I mean, it has to be aligned with the business needs. But you have to, you're responsible for your free time. So you have to work out how you do your work and how you manage your private work and your business work. And this can be very tiring. And that's the same with the school and with the university. As I said, you come to that places, you come to office to meet the people, not to sit in front of your desk, because that you can do at home. And that's the same with school. You can learn from a book, yeah, you can do that at home, but coming to school, there should be projects, there should be industry projects. And yeah, and that is really something I would like to motivate everybody to do more project-based work with value. Also social projects, can it be, it doesn't need to be industry projects. And I think that will make a change then.
Thank you, thank you. We have a couple of questions coming from our audience. Just need to check it online. Just give me 1 second. Oh, here we go. Just raise your hand and just speak out loud. Можно на русском, я переведу, ничего страшного. Говорите вопрос ваш.
How to find a job in the current market?
It's pretty straightforward question, you know. Speakers, any recommendations? How to find a job on current job market?
It depends what your skills, what you're trained to do. If you are a programmer or a technical person with technical skills, you will have an easy time either finding a in-person job in the centers of technology, like my country, Israel, or in Silicon Valley. But most importantly, you can do it online today. In other words, everybody will hire you working remotely. And there are many sites that do that. Even if you are not technically skilled, but you have good communication and analytical skills, you studied liberal arts, there are many technology companies like SAP and Microsoft and others that are training people and looking for smart people. But what I would do is make sure you spend some time on your resume, get it to look good, okay, and do a little research about where you live and who's hiring, and then send out your resume and make sure that you do a good interview, and good luck to you.
And perhaps to add one thing, you don't have to meet all the job requirements that are listed. Yeah, you really be self-confident and yeah, inform yourself about the company, but then reach out. If you think that's the right job for you, then you will have the passion for it. And then, you know, then, yeah, with the right resume, with the right interview, you will probably get that. And don't, yeah, limit yourself to your country. That's the thing about the pandemic, really, it's remote working. So the world is open to you. So, yeah, have a look. I think there are, especially in IT, there are lots of jobs out there, and we are looking for talents.
Thank you. Sergey, if you have anything to add, there's another question, which is addressed to John, to you. Being resilient and thinking outside the box, how do these things relate? Aren't they contradicting? Because being resilient, it's about sturdiness, it's just keeping things tight, right? And thinking out of the box is more flexibility. Don't they contradict?
No, not at all. In fact, if you've ever seen a tree in a storm, the tree that actually bends, okay, that is a tree that will survive. The tree that is tied down will snap. Okay, in order to be resilient, you don't have to be, you know, standing against the wind. You have to be smart. You have to understand what the forces are against you and how to go around them. It's not, you know, brute force of will. It is the ability to duck, to move, to hide for a second, and then move forward. Okay, and I really, in fact, believe that creativity and reinvention and the ability to absorb change is, you know, key to resilience, right? Resilience is about things have changed on me. All of a sudden, you know, things are different and maybe for the worse. How am I going to get up? And it's not, I'm just going to grit it and suffer. I don't like suffering. Okay, I don't believe that that's, you know, something we should endure. I want to figure out a way to move forward and to get better.
Thank you, John. Well, we have to conclude. Our time is up. We have to give floor to another session. But it was a great pleasure to be talking to you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, your experience. You're giving advice to the young audiences here in Kazakhstan, and hopefully SAP and Microsoft are already in Kazakhstan, but your platform, John, I mean, it's more than welcomed in Kazakhstan. So let's be in touch.
Please do. I mean, we just signed a deal with the Azeris, with the Azerbaijan government, and Kazakhstan is next. So we look forward to it.
Okay. We are next in line. Well, thank you very much. Have a great weekend ahead of us. And we wish you all the joy and happiness in the world. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
В современном мире стартапы с уникальными идеями и инновационными технологиями развиваются очень быстро. Некоторые создают стартапы, чтобы заработать, другие мечтают изменить мир с помощью своей идеи. Наш сегодняшний гость – серийный предприниматель, глобальный инвестор, основатель и генеральный директор Our Crowd Джонатан Медведь. Он поможет разобраться в том, как построить инновационный стартап мечты.
Welcome to Aisautov University. Good day, dear participants. Welcome to the third Nobel Fest. Thank you for your attention and participation. I hope that participation in the session will be useful to you to the process of future research work. I believe that the main purpose of the conference is to exchange best practice and knowledge in the field of economics and management. I hope that the results obtained will be useful to all participants and first of all to the economical science of Kazakhstan, and the proposed recommendation will really find the application in practice. Okay, the topic of today's section is the future today, skills of the 21st century. Let me introduce the speaker. Jonathan Medved is founder and general director of our Crowd company. Key discussion points: how to build an innovative dream startup, the basic of what you need to create a successful startup, and how to get your message across to investors, the importance of accelerated programs, building your dream team, and the art of business planning and marketing. Mr. Johnson, please, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to share some slides with you, and I want to again thank you for having me here virtually. I'm speaking to you from Jerusalem, Israel. Israel, as you know, is the startup nation. We have more startups per capita than anywhere. The situation here is booming. And what I want to do is to address this topic of how to build your dream startup with a little bit of my own personal story in terms of our crowd and how it works. And I'll make reference to some of the critical skills and elements that you must address to do that in your own situation. So first, I want to start with some news that happened yesterday to our crowd. We just announced that SoftBank, which is one of the, it is the world's largest and biggest tech investor, has just invested in our crowd, which we're very, very proud of. And I was all over the media and the TV yesterday talking about it. What's interesting about this relationship with SoftBank is that it's not just an investment, it's a partnership. And we have signed a collaboration and cooperation agreement. And that's your first lesson, which is you can't build a startup on your own. Obviously, people understand that they must, create their dream team, if you will, or close to it, but you've also got to get partners. And it's not just investors with money, but it's people who will help you. And we're delighted to have people like SoftBank as part of our journey. Now, if you look at how we've developed our crowd over time, we started our funding with a number of angels and small investor groups. Obviously, raising money for your company is critical in the very early stages. If you can't raise money, you're going to have a hard time of building a company. And you start to raise money from what are called angel capital investors or family members or small investor groups. And you should raise as much as you can, but get started and start raising. It's really critical to bring on the first investor. What you should remember is that your investor is not a bank. Your investor is your partner. And you're going to have to live with them for the lifetime of the startup. And therefore, you should make sure that you're compatible. We have been very, very fortunate in having huge partnerships and very exciting investors with us the whole way. And whether it's people like UOB from Singapore, or Stifel from the United States, or Oryx, and now SoftBank from Japan, we believe in building global partnerships, because today's startups must be mini multinationals. You can't build a big startup trying to be the king of Almaty. Okay, it's not going to work. You've got to think globally. Nobody in my country wants to be the king of Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv and Almaty are both beautiful cities. But if you don't have a global viewpoint and bring on global partners, global investors, you're going to have a tough time building a startup. Now, venture capital, the good news, is booming worldwide. Everybody who's got smart money wants to put money into venture capital and to back startups. This is a look at the Yale Endowment, which is perhaps the leading, asset allocator. David Swenson, who ran for many decades this endowment, had a notion that the closer you are to what's called permanent capital, money that you can keep working for you over long periods of time, the more you should embrace illiquidity, the more you should put money into alternative asset classes that are not liquid. So if you look at the Yale Endowment, they have grown their commitment to venture capital from 13% of assets in 2014 to 23% plus in 2021. And notice how much they have in domestic US equities. US equities have been great over this period, but they have only 2.8% committed there, because they believe that this long-term capital outlook mandates the taking of real, controlled, and mitigated risk in the area of venture capital. Now, the world has been listening. And if you look at what's going on with venture capital, this year it looks like it's going to be something like 600 billion. We're going to double the asset class worldwide. So if you are a startup person thinking about your startup and trying to figure out when to time it, right? When should you start working? The answer is now. Right now, never been better. There's a bull market in venture capital. If you ever were thinking about going ahead and building a startup, you should be doing it today. Now, in my country, the boom is well underway. Last year, there was about $10 billion invested in Israeli venture capital. People from all over the world, including Kazakhstan, but not enough from Kazakhstan. And now this year, the number will be somewhere about 22 or 24 billion. The 9-month figure was almost $18 billion, and it's just growing dramatically. The most important part of the market that's growing is the unicorn element, so much so that now there are 72 unicorns in Israel. Israel is now regarded by the people in the World Economic Forum as the world's most innovative country. We're number one in the growth of innovative companies, number one in R&D expenditures, number one in entrepreneurial culture, number one in terms of attitudes towards entrepreneurial risk. And this is amazing for a small country. What we are proving in Israel is you don't have to be a huge superpower like the US or China or Russia to play a role in innovation. Small countries like Israel and Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, we can do it too. It's simply a matter of courage, of passion, and of building an ecosystem that includes a variety of elements where we can all work together to build these companies. So I mentioned the 72 unicorn element. It's rather important. In Israel, this means that there are 72 companies that are now valued at over $1 billion, but are not yet public. In the first 6 months of this year, there were 48 IPOs so far. Now, the ecosystem in Israel, at the heart of it, are the thousands of entrepreneurs who are coming up with new ideas and new companies. We're pretty close to about 10,000 startups in our little country of less than 10 million. Okay, that's basically a lot of startups. You can go outside and throw a rock and you'll hit a startup entrepreneur. These startup people come, many of them, from the technology units in our army. The Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, is a place where people learn all kinds of cybersecurity, imaging, big data, communications, semiconductors. It becomes the sort of real world laboratory for university skills. So it's not just about formal academic skills, but it's about real world problem solving, where people's lives are on the line, where you've got to get the job done and done right. That's where our entrepreneurs come from. Now, they meet up with thousands of angel investors who are investors who want to put the first money in. They then meet up with many, many dozens of venture capital funds, that probably over 100 today in the domestic market, but more importantly is the entire world is investing. Of that 20-some billion invested, over 80% this year will come from abroad. And then they, many of them go to incubators or accelerators. They're run by many smart people and smart companies. And then they meet as they get bigger and become unicorns, private equity or growth equity funds, and ultimately the multinationals, almost 400 of them who are in the country, play a critical role, both in terms of partnering and becoming a channel to market and joint development, but more importantly, in terms of potential acquisition after initial investment, where many of these huge companies are an exit vehicle. So a company like Intel has already invested $50 billion in Israel and consistently buys companies all the time as it also develops its both ability to build semiconductor chips and design them in Israel. That's really the flagship. Now, it's very important, in addition to having access to capital and be part of a great ecosystem. I think those are two critical sort of prerequisites for building a good startup. The third is to be part of a big wave, to catch the zeitgeist right, to figure out where the market is going to grow, and not just grow with single-digit kinds of growth, but strong double-digit, what we call CAGR, compound annual growth rate. And so the trend, for example, that our crowd has jumped on is the democratization of investment, especially in venture capital. That venture capital boom that I showed you is mostly fueled by large institutions, by sovereign wealth funds, by pension funds, by big banks and insurance companies, by endowments. The problem has been that until now, even regular old rich people, people with significant assets, some of them billionaires, can't get into venture capital. If you're a wealthy person in Almaty and you want to invest in a Silicon Valley or Israeli startup, you can't pick up the phone and call your bank, even if your bank is Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley. They don't have the access to the private market. So this is a very, very big wave now, where people all around the world are saying, we want to get in to the next private company. And in fact, the former head of the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US, Jay Clayton, he said that if the growth opportunities have shifted to a substantial extent into our private markets and ordinary investors don't have access, that's not good. And so both the regulators as well as the investors themselves are all moving towards this democratization. So our crowd has jumped on this. We started about 8 years ago. We're now in hypergrowth. It turns out that we're managing about $2 billion of assets. We have funded, close to 300 companies and 30 funds. We're an online venture capital platform, which I'll show you perhaps in a demo at the end of my slides. And we're growing very fast. Last year in 2020, we added 25,000 investors. This year, so far in 9 months, we've added 75,000 new investors. That's 300% growth. And our investments this year will be about $500 million, which new money, which is again about 100% growth over last year. Our portfolio includes companies literally in every area of technology. We allow you to go to our website, ourcrowd.com, and to invest in semiconductors, in mobility, in ag tech, in fintech, in cybersecurity, in drones, in medical cannabis, you name it, you can invest in a great startup. The minimum is $10,000, and you can also invest in a fund for $50,000. Now, what we do is that we actually choose the companies ourselves. You can't just come to our crowd and pay us money. We don't want your money as an entrepreneur. We don't take money from the companies. We choose the companies like a venture capital fund. Okay, we see about 200 new companies every month. We'll select about 20 to do what's called a deep dive. And then within that group of 20, 2 or 3 will then be selected, negotiated, and invested, where we invest our own capital, and then we invite the rest of the crowd to join us. We invest alongside the world's leading venture capital funds and the world's leading angels and multinational corporations. And we look for a variety of key factors in our investment in order to make sure that we are on the right track. First of all, what we look for in a startup is a great team. They've once said that in the restaurant business, there are 3 things that are very important: location, location, location. Okay? In the investment business, in venture capital, there are 3 things: team, team, team. And you must start building the team from day one before you have raised money. Because if you cannot convince people that your vision is right, that the opportunity is big, and that you can lead them to success, then you're not going to be able to persuade investors. Investors want to see that you've already assembled a team. We will almost never invest in a single entrepreneur company. If a solo entrepreneur comes to us and says, here's my idea, I send them back and say, come back when you have a team. And they look at you and say, wait a minute, I don't have money to hire a team. And I say, big deal. If you cannot persuade the people of the team to work at night, to work on the weekend, to put in extra hours and to sacrifice and to build together with you, then you're not going to raise money from me or somebody else. The next criteria we look for is a large addressable market, something which you can really create huge value and is going to grow enormously. So, and then we are in particular investors who like deep technology. We don't just like a business model innovation, we like a technology innovation. We also look for companies that have traction, that are making progress on their own, and we can accelerate that. We are price sensitive. We don't like pay crazy valuations. And perhaps the most important element is, can we add value? It's critical as an investor today to be an activist, to actually provide help to the companies, to help them raise more money, to help them further build the team, to help them meet customers, to help them get into the media, to help them find partners, and to help them ultimately get to an exit. And if people, for example, say, no, I don't want any help, I really don't care for your advice, then we're not interested in investing. We want to be involved. We don't want to run the company, God forbid, but we want to be active investors. Now, I've been fortunate to have built a great team at our crowd that consists by and large of people who I have known, loved, and worked with for actually decades. If you look at this part of my management team, and it's pretty much true, of these 9 people, 7 of them are people I've known for 20 years or have worked with in 1 or more companies before. Jeff, who's my head of product, I've worked in 3 companies with of my own. Alan, I was a backer of his startup, which was successfully sold. Alec, who was the vice chairman of the international bank Jefferies, has been a good friend for 20 years. Andy, who was a head of Robertson Stevens and CIBC, been a good friend for 20 years. Josh was my right-hand man in my last company, Vringo, which I took public in New York. Robbie, I've known for 20 years, and our kids are friends. And of course, even the 2 who are new are people I feel now very connected to, and we've been on this journey for 8 years. So build a great team. And also make sure that whatever you're doing, you are part of the digital transformation, which is sweeping over the world. What we've done with our crowd is to create a digital platform that allows you to analyze these companies. And let me see if I can actually get this platform to demonstrate this to you now in just a few quick seconds. We'll hope that that will work. We're going to pull something which often people don't do, which is a live demo, but I believe in live demos, and I like taking risks. So can you see this now? I'm assuming, Mr. Chairman, we can see my slides. Can we see this demo? Okay, I'm assuming that we can, if someone's not telling me. So basically what we have here is the R Crowd site. And you'll see that we have many, many investment opportunities which we bring to our members. If you sign up, you get a chance to fund these companies. And if you look at companies like Biolumic, this is a company that's using ultraviolet light to essentially improve the performance of plants and seeds. By exposing plants and seedlings to ultraviolet radiation, it turns out that you can increase yields by 20 or 25%. You can do this for cannabis, for soy, for strawberries. It's a game-changing technology. It comes from New Zealand. We're again a multinational global platform. We give you information about the CEO, where he comes from. We tell you why we are investing in Biolumic, and then we give you their presentation. So it's as though now you were in their, they were in your boardroom or in your office or in your living room telling you about this company. You can see all of their, performance data and whatnot. We then give you our own analysis of this company, how it works. So there literally are, pages and pages, including footnotes, developed by our team of analysts of why we're investing. We use this material in our own investment committee to make decisions. And again, tons of footnotes. Then ultimately, we tell you what the terms are. You'll find out that this is a company that is raising 15 million. We're putting 3 million in, what the valuation is, in this case, 37. And then we invite you to a webinar where you can join the management of the company and literally ask them questions in real time. And we do this for all of the opportunities that we are listing on the site. And you'll notice that there are funds, there are companies like Sanitize, which is a company which is making a nose spray that kills the COVID virus. And literally, you can hear about this. And then if you want to actually invest in this company, you simply go to the invest button, okay, right here. You click it, it's live. I've already invested, so I'm not going to, but it's that easy. That's the way that we built this platform. So now I'm going to go back to my slides, if you will, and continue sharing them. So that worked. So that's the site, and you should definitely go after this presentation to ourcrowd.com and register and take a look at our investments. Just a few final comments, and then I'll take your questions and make this more interactive. We're now, as I said, a global platform with now 50% of our deals outside of Israel, 50% inside. We'd love to make our first investment in Kazakhstan, and we have signed recently a deal with Azerbaijan. We've had actually 50 exits. Luckily, we've been investors in companies like Beyond Meat, which is the world leader in plant-based meat alternatives, Lemonade, which is a very, very exciting insurance company. We were investors in Jump, which was acquired by Uber. So major companies around the world are being backed by our crowd today. Our performance is doing great in terms of IRR. Most recent gross IRR is 48% on realizations, and a MOIC of or an overall improvement in investment portfolio of 2.4. Our funds, such as OC50, which give you 50 different companies, are looking very, very strong in terms of their performance. Lots of exits in a company, in a fund that has 50 different companies. Again, 7 realized exits, 5 more underway, great portfolio. And we're very proud of our most recent signing just a couple of months ago with the Azerbaijan Investment Corporation of a big memorandum of understanding to joint invest, linking Tel Aviv and Baku. And we hope to do the same with Almaty and Kazakhstan, and in Tashkent in Uzbekistan. We're very interested in Central Asia. And we'd love to invite everybody who's listening to our annual summit. It will be May 25th, 2022, in just a few months. We'll be back in Jerusalem. We'll be outside in the beautiful weather of May, and look forward to inviting the world. Last time we had 23,000 people, and it's free. You just have to figure out how to get to Jerusalem. We'll see you there. So just a couple of the areas where we're investing. We're investing heavily in cybersecurity. We believe this is an incredible area. We're investing in medical devices, anti-cancer. We're investing in digital health, whether it's VR or AI for diagnostics. We're investing in things that are saving the planet, such as H2 Pro, which we just launched, which is a green hydrogen company, or Blue Green, which is cleaning up waterways that are attacked by toxic algal blooms. We're investing in energy. Companies like Empress to have the next generation grid control, which would be very interesting to many Kazakh energy companies, companies like Dandelion, who are doing next generation geothermal for houses in the US, or Inverid, which is saving tons of energy and improving air quality inside buildings. We're very committed to food tech. Again, Beyond Meat was one of our investments. Ripple Foods, making a new milk substitute, or Blue Nalu, which is growing next generation fish in cellular aquaculture. We're very committed to agri-tech. Companies like Scio that have the world's smallest spectrometer for real-time measurement in the field. Companies like Tevel, who are picking fruit automatically with drones, or companies like Plenty, which is the world leader in vertical agriculture, where we're co-invested with SoftBank. We're very committed to mobility. Companies like Ride Vision that help you save your life if you're on a motorcycle, auto brains, who are doing the next generation autonomous driving, or Skytran, who are doing maglev pod transport inside cities. Now Reliance from India is the largest shareholder. We're committed to fintech, companies like DailyPay, giving everybody access to their monthly pay daily. BioCatch, which does authentication based on behavioral biometrics, or we mentioned Lemonade in the insurance space. So with that, I'm going to stop and take your questions. Mr. Chairman, I would love to hear from the audience.
Okay, Mr. Jonathan, very interesting presentation and information. An interesting question has come to us. First, I own startup in Kazakhstan. Can I apply for funding at our crowd?
Absolutely. We welcome it. You can go to the website and there is a process for you to apply, but you can also send an email to me at john@ourcrowd, JON@ourcrowd.com. I would be delighted to hear from you. We are looking for investments in Kazakhstan. So please do try to join our platform, join as an investor, join as an entrepreneur, but help us build a global entrepreneurial community. We are excited to hear from you.
Good. Next question from audience. What if I don't have $10,000 US dollars to invest? What strategy do you suggest to acquire capital?
So it's a very good question. The reason that we keep our minimum now at $10,000 is because of the regulations in many parts of the world that restrict this kind of high risk but high reward investment to what are called accredited or qualified investors. We expect that in the not too distant future, we will create public vehicles that will allow you to buy private startups in funds which are available to the public. If you look at the announcement just this week of Sequoia Capital, they seem to be doing much the same thing. We still don't have a lot of information about it, but it was a very, very important announcement. And I hope that soon people like yourself will be able to invest in these kinds of companies, even if it's $100 or $500, in order to make the world fair in terms of a flat and even playing field for everybody to benefit from this kind of innovation. We must democratize. But at the moment, we are limited to people with $10,000. Speak to your parents, speak to your friends, go get a job in an investment bank and figure out how to get the capital, and then you can join us. In the future, we hope the minimums will be lower.
Good. Second question, how long does it usually take any startup to find funding?
That's a really great question. Sometimes it takes forever and they don't succeed. Sometimes it takes a week, and then most of them it takes between that. But realistically, to raise money takes several months. It's not something that for most companies or entrepreneurs you can get it accomplished in days or weeks. It takes months. And the reason is because you have to find a chemistry with your investors. You have to find people who will understand your business. You have to give them time to call your customers, to do technology and market research. But I'll tell you that what's happening now in the market is that this time is compressing because the market is so dynamic and has so much velocity. There are some people who are making investments in 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, literally. Typically, they are in later stage companies that have already demonstrated enormous growth and fast growth. And you can see situations, and we've seen it with some of our companies, where a big investor will come and literally invest money after 2 weeks or 3 weeks of meeting the company. And that's a great thing, and we like that very much. The problem is that in the earliest stages, unless, again, you are a successful entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur who has a proven track record, it's going to take you months to raise money in most cases.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. On behalf of the leadership of the university, I would like to thank all the participants of the conference. Also, on my own behalf, I want to thank all the members of organization committee for their well-coordinated and productive work, which give a significant and high-quality result. And I'm sure that the discussion of innovative ideas has made a significant contribution, not only to increasing the efficiency of modern vocational education, to the development of the scientific research. I wish you all creative success. We are waiting for you at the next conference in Aliyev University. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you in Jerusalem, May 25th at our summit. Shalom from Israel.
қойып қойған, қылыштай іліп қойған, намыстығы тарап бойдан. Құлшынып еңбектенем, малшынып терге бөгем, мақтанып кеуде керем.
Last year, Kazakh National Agrarian Research University celebrated its 19th anniversary. Today, the university is developing as a world-class national research university. For this purpose, the university has created a developed research infrastructure. An institute for working with the Wageningen University has been established, where training and educational programs such as veterinary and food safety and technology and plant science and technology is being conducted. It is planned to recruit 50 students for each program, where they will receive the best knowledge without leaving the country. Agri-technological hub, water hub, 7 research institutes, 8 innovation centers, 49 research laboratories that are accredited by international agencies are functioning effectively. There are 18 international research centers created within the framework of scientific projects. Kazakh-Japanese Innovation Center is a leading open-type research center. It consists of 4 research laboratories, such as electron microscopy, microbiological safety, green biotechnology and cellular engineering, food and environmental safety. The laboratory are working on the determination of genetically modified products, heavy metals, mycotoxins, the residual amount of pesticides, antibiotics and xenobiotics. The methods of gas-liquid chromatography, chromatography mass spectrometry, electron microscopy, and molecular genetics are used. The laboratory staff is proficient in all research methods. Research Innovation Center for Food Technology and Quality develops new technologies for food production. The center consists of 2 research laboratories, such as analysis of physico-chemical and rheological properties of raw materials and the food technology, as well as 3 mini workshops for the production of bakery and confectionery, sausages and dairy products. The Kazakh Korean Research Center center conducts training for managers and specialists engaged in the cultivation of crops in the greenhouse. A smart greenhouse is being built. The investments were attracted from the Fund of Republic of Korea. The water hub is successfully operating. It consists of 14 research laboratories equipped with modern equipment. These are laboratories such as modeling of hydraulic processes, integrated use of water resources, studies of aerobic processes, hydraulic power plants for water supply, use of renewable energy sources, land reclamation and protection, hydraulic research and hydraulic structures. The Research Center for Sustainable Agriculture conducts research and applies precision farming to improve the condition of fields and agricultural management. The center has created a laboratory for natural resource management and sustainable development agro-ecosystems. The Laboratory of Microclonical Reproduction, together with Cornell University, United States, will produce up to 3 million pieces of healthy seedlings resistant to fire blight and other diseases. Intensive garden using Dutch technologies has been created in the Kazakh-Dutch Research Center together with Dutch Fruit Solution Kazakhstan. 54 varieties of fruits and berries were planted. Together with Association the Dutch Greenhouse Delta, a 5th-generation greenhouse will be created at the university, which will become a center for the dissemination of knowledge in the field of growing crops in greenhouse. The International Research Center for Vaccinology works together with foreign partners such as Ohio State University and Australian biotechnology company Vaccine. The center's scientists are working on creating a safe and a highly effective nanovaccine against COVID-19. The director of the center, young scientist Tabanov Kaysar, became the winner of the project 100 New Faces of Kazakhstan. An agro-technological park has been created on the basis of educational and experimental farm, where crops are being tested. New varieties of tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, lettuce have been created in the Research Center Vegetable Growing. The Kazakh-Belarusian Agro-Engineering Innovation Center uses 50 types of modern equipment. Studies are being conducted on its adaptation to the condition of Kazakhstan. Recommendations for production are being developed. The Agro-Techno Park has been equipped with 75 units of agricultural machinery and technologies, which fully work.
Устойчивое развитие, безопасная энергия и изменение климата являются ключевыми повестками на сегодняшний день. В современном мире очень важно уделять внимание экологически безопасным способам производства и снижению негативного воздействия на окружающую среду. Подробнее на тему зеленой технологии выступят член Международного комитета по присуждению премии «Глобальная энергия», лауреат Нобелевской премии мира 2007 года Раe Kwon Chung и руководитель по образованию и науке Министерства сельского хозяйства Азербайджана Эмин Алиев. Передаю слово модератору, заведующему кафедрой науки Sayasat университете Zhanibek Baktygaliev.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us to this special session from Sayasat University. The future is now megatrends in green tech. The topic is very exciting. We will discuss green tech trends in climate change, agriculture, and maybe some issues in transportation, mainly in electronic vehicles. And we have two special guests here. First is Dr. Rae Kwon Chung. He's a Nobel Peace Prize laureate 2007, member of the International Global Energy Prize Committee, Professor Emeritus Incheon State University, advisor to the UN Secretary General on climate change. And our second speaker is Dr. Emin Aliyev. He's a Deputy CEO of HR, Head of Education and Science of the Ministry of Agriculture of Azerbaijan. He has a great experience in agriculture, stock exchange, and investment. And again, welcome everyone. And I would like to know that Professor Chung, he has to leave us in 30 minutes. So I would like to ask audience to ask their questions during the during his speech and our discussion. Professor Chung, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. Actually, for many Central Asian countries, the green technology, especially technologies necessary for carbon neutrality and net zero 2050, is a very critical issue for the future economic development as well as industrial competitiveness policy. So the topic we are discussing today is very timely and also very critical for the future development of Central Asian country, especially a country like Kazakhstan, a country who is exporting a lot of fossil fuel and is still heavily dependent on fossil fuel. The transformation of the energy system towards a renewable and clean energy will have a huge impact for the future of Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan has to think about how to change their strategy depending on the new global trend for carbon neutrality, which is becoming a very big and huge pressure for any country around the world. And now, for this energy transformation, there are a few technologies that is now emerging as critical. First of all, I can highlight hydrogen technology. Hydrogen will be a very important new technology and energy source. And then fuel cell is going to be another very important technology to utilize hydrogen to produce electricity. And then another technology which is newly coming up is ammonia technology, which is using ammonia as a kind of medium for energy storage and the transportation of hydrogen, because ammonia contains 4 particles with 1 nitrogen. So ammonia is a very efficient medium for transportation of hydrogen. So ammonia technology is going to be another very important technology. But in order to utilize the hydrogen technology, there's another very important technology that has to be developed, is a carbon capture and storage technology, because huge amount of natural gas is now going to be reformed to be transformed into a hydrogen. So, but in order to reform natural gas into hydrogen, the process will produce a lot of CO2. So we have to think about how to dispose of those CO2 that is going to be produced in the process of hydrogen production. And then carbon capture and storage is a new emerging technology that has to be utilized in order to use natural gas to be transformed into hydrogen. So the CCS, carbon capture and storage, is going to be a very important technology. And another very important technology is electric battery. The rechargeable battery that can be used in electric car is going to be also going to play a very critical role in the future. So these are the new technologies. And another very critical technology I have been highlighting so far is a supergrid technology. Supergrid is a technology of sending electricity across thousands of kilometers. So Central Asian country can utilize supergrid to export renewable electricity produced from wind and solar in Central Asia to Korea or to China or to any other country that can consume clean electricity. So the supergrid is going to play a very critical role in exporting clean technology from Central Asian countries. So these are some of the new technologies that will play a very critical role in the future. But these are the technologies, but I believe there's another very important issue that will play a very critical role as much as the green technology is green policies, such as carbon tax. Carbon tax is going to play another very critical role because without the carbon tax, the green technologies will not be deployed as much as we want. So the carbon tax is going to be another very critical policy, not technology, but policy, which will enable green technologies to be developed and deployed in many countries. So the technology has to go hand in hand with the carbon tax policy, which is a green policy. So the green policy and green technology has to go hand in hand together. I don't think only technology can go ahead without support from carbon tax or green policies. So this is my introductory remark. So if there's any question and comment, I can follow up.
Thank you, Professor Chung, for your thoughts. Very interesting. And I have one question regarding the technological progress in the world. So as we know, the IT systems, the informational systems are moving fast and changing everything in our lives. And what your thoughts in merging the IT systems and new technologies in green system?
Yeah, I think you made a very good point. The IT technology is going to be critical in any case, not only for energy transformation, but whatever you wanted to do in the future, without IT infrastructure, I think nothing is possible, including AI, machine learning, and all these new technology need IT infrastructure. So investing in developing well-functioning and sophisticated, high-quality IT information technology infrastructure is a very critical component of any new green technology for the future.
Thank you for your answer, Professor. And we have one question from the audience, and the question is sounded like that: How has the pandemic influenced the energy sector? Sorry. Hello, Professor Chung, can you hear me? Professor?
Yeah, can you repeat?
Yeah,
can you repeat?
Yes.
There was an interruption and I didn't hear you.
No problem. So we have a question from the audience, and the question is: how has the pandemic influenced the energy sector? What policies must be implemented to become a greener country? And what are the best examples?
Yes, that is also a very critical issue. And many countries, especially developing countries, is facing a very difficult time of building back better and greener future, because many developing countries already used a lot of money and the budget already used to protect the people from the pandemic. So actually not much resources left. So this is a huge challenge for many developing countries to invest in green technology. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to support, to make a transformation for green technology. But nevertheless, there is no other solution than we have to build back greener, rather than we cannot afford to go back to the older technology with a lot of fossil fuel, and which might endangering the climate crisis in the future. We cannot go back to the old conventional technology. So I think it will depend on the political will and the commitment of each developing country, especially a country like Kazakhstan. The government has to have a stronger conviction and the political will to make huge and more better investment not only for public health, but also for green technology. So I think largely it will depend on the government political will.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chung. Yeah, I agree that the policies in the pandemic situation and policies in implementing the green technologies must be aligned together. So I think this is a huge problem and challenge for the many countries today. And
hello.
Professor, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got you now. Okay. Can you repeat?
Yeah, I was just commenting your thoughts that the policies in pandemic situation and policies in implementing the green technology policies must be like aligned together. So I think now the many countries like facing the huge challenge on implementing and solving both issues. And thank you for your thoughts. I think we can move to the second speaker. So I mean, it is going to be interesting also for you to hear our second speaker. Our second speaker, he's Dr. Emin Aliyev. As I mentioned before, he's the head of Deputy CEO of HR and head of Education and Science of Ministry of Agriculture of Azerbaijan. And Dr. Emin Aliyev, please, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Zhanibek. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to ask if you can hear me properly.
Yeah, we can hear you properly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. First of all, let me congratulate all organizers and participants of this great event. It's the marvelous Nobel Fest, which we joined for the first time, and wish success and productive work on this fourth day of the festival. I have prepared the presentation, which is devoted to the education, digitalization in education, and I would like to continue with that education, which is on Russian language. Prior to that, let me introduce myself. I'm Emin Aliyev. I'm from Azerbaijan and represent the Ministry of Agriculture. So if you don't mind, I will go ahead with my presentation. Can you hear me, Zhanibek?
Yes, can you hear? We can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Then I go on. So the 21st century. Прошу прощения, я перейду на русский язык. Значит, 21 век внес огромные коррективы во все процессы нашей деятельности. И в начале 21 века два вызова, а именно четвертая промышленная революция и пандемия COVID-19 определили новые глобальные тренды. Мы столкнулись с огромным ростом информации и даты, которые называют новой нефтью, вездесущим интернетом, совершенствованием оборудования, и все это влияет на поведение людей и их привычки и деятельность. Создаются новые профессии, которые серьезно корректируются под воздействием демографических факторов. Цифровые платформы, подходы к общению, новые формы ведения бизнеса, возможности совместного использования и освоения инфраструктуры определяют переход от третьей промышленной революции к четвертой промышленной революции. И сейчас давайте посмотрим, какие же эти тренды и как они влияют на образование. Давайте посмотрим вместе. Прежде всего, как тренды влияют на образование, ну, необходимо указать, что появляются такие феномены, как MOOC-платформы, это массовые открытые онлайн-курсы, Massive Open Online Courses. Далее необходимо сфокусироваться будет на перевернутом обучении, на перевернутом образовании. Это Flipped Learning, технологии смешанного обучения, или же, как их иначе называют, Blended Learning, при которой прямая передача знаний перемещается из группового образовательного пространства в индивидуальное, а групповое пространство в обучении трансформировано в динамическое интерактивное окружение. Конечно, нам всем необходимо привыкать к таким терминам, как lifelong learning, это процесс роста образовательного потенциала личности в течение всей его жизни и на основе использования институтов в соответствии с потребностями личности и общества. Значит, структура этого lifetime learning состоит из lifelong learning education, adult education, vocational education and training и на профессиональные компетенции. Дальше нам на помощь приходит, конечно же, техника. Здесь помогают высвобождаться ресурсы. В итоге остается больше времени на формирование творческих способностей, на самозанятость, на развитие иных навыков. Новая образовательная среда помогает формированию технологической среды для индивидуализации и коллективного самообразования. Важным трендом становится тотальная цифровизация, компонентами которой являются такие феномены, как цифровой двойник, большие данные, которые помогают формировать индивидуальные траектории образования, развивают культурное, сетевое взаимодействие, помогают сегментировать качественный контент. В результате воздействия этих трендов меняется сама система образования. Она становится глобальной индустрией. У одного профессора может быть по сотен тысяч студентов. Уровень владения цифровыми навыками определяет успешность жизни человека и перспективы его трудоустройства. Но и здесь возникает очень много вопросов, одним из которых и главных является, чему учить молодых людей сегодня, если они будут 5-6 раз в течение своей жизни менять профессии в будущем. По исследованию Microsoft 65% сегодняшних учеников школ и студентов вузов будут выполнять работу, которые еще не существуют. То есть мы имеем проблему с тем, что поколение Z, это то поколение, которое родилось в промежутке 1997 и 2012 годов, в основном известные как зумеры или же Homeland Generation, которые активно используют планшеты, VR-технологии, 3D-реальность. Зачастую термин поколения Z рассматривается в качестве синонима термина «цифровой человек». То есть мы должны уже трансформировать образование в направлении вот этого самого поколения Z. Для того, чтобы работать с ними, новым запросам необходим новый уровень специалистов. Сегодня различают три основные модели. Это T-shaped специалист, человек, который является экспертом, ну, как минимум в одной области, но при этом разбирается во многих других и может свободно поддерживать общение с другими специалистами на базовом уровне. T-shaped специалист противоставляется I-специалисту, это эксперт только в одной области, и генералисту, человек, который разбирается обо всем понемногу и ни в одной из областей не углубляется. В 2017 году ВЭФ опубликовал работу, в которой были указаны 10 навыков, которые будут востребованы в будущем. В основном это набор soft skills, таких как опросы ведущих soft skills. И к этим soft skills можно причислить гибкость и обучаемость, аналитическая компетенция, знания инновационных технологий, широкий кругозор, креативность, умение работать с большими данными, программирование. На этом слайде вызовы и возможные вызовы. Так, изменчивость окружающего мира порождает технологии, такие как формирование новых платформ взаимодействия, глобализация ведет к интеграции решений, персонализация и искусственный интеллект помогают проводить оценку эффективности. Поэтому появляются новые вопросы. Происходит перестройка традиционного образовательного процесса, то есть поиск форматов и технологий, подходящих для обучения нового поколения. Появляются технологии, меняющие ландшафт. Здесь я предлагаю нам всем вместе поставить запятую, либо это следовать нельзя игнорировать, либо это следовать нельзя игнорировать. Но где поставить эту запятую, мы посмотрим вместе. Образовательный обучающий процесс также изменчивое явление, которое меняется под воздействием этих факторов. Меняется образовательный контент, меняется, значит, преподавательский контент и, значит, администрирование самого процесса обучения. Эти процессы сопровождаются передовыми образовательными технологиями. Происходит слияние образования с образованием, создаются интеллектуальные среды обучения, адаптивные системы, которые сочетают возможности искусственного интеллекта, машинного обучения, виртуальной и дополненной реальности, анализа больших данных. Помощь критическому мышлению, инженерному дизайну в принятии решений и проблемоориентированному обучению приходят технологии. О некоторых из них мы сейчас переговорим. Значит, это мультимедийные технологии в первую очередь, массовые открытые онлайн-курсы, перевернутые классы. Здесь на помощь нам приходит геймификация, тренажеры и стимуляторы. Это интерактивная деятельность. Итак, мы еще раз выделим некоторые из них и прорывные технологии, связанные с четвертой промышленной революцией. Значит, сейчас подетальнее по некоторым из них. Адаптивное обучение – это когда мы выделяем некоторые основные моменты. Учащийся сам попадает на образовательную платформу и продвигается по ней как по лабиринту. Программа подстраивается под ваши цели и под те результаты, которые вы хотите достичь. Погружение в образовательный процесс, обеспечение графики и специального оборудования. В VR и дополнительной виртуальной реальности процесс усвояемости материала достигает 150% и намного больше заинтересованность и вовлеченность студентов в процесс образования. Значит, технология геймификации позволяет мотивировать людей, сохранять их погружение в образовательный процесс даже при напряженном рабочем графике. Интерактивное обучение, оно помогает развивать инклюзивность образовательного процесса. Мониторинг процесса обучения – это связывается с курированием контента и широко применяется в опытах. Обучение через опыт других людей, друг у друга, где образовательная организация выступает в качестве удобной площадки для обмена. Ну, мы уже говорили о перевернутом классе, на этой иллюстрации четко видно, что это принцип обучения, при которой основное усвоение материала учащимися происходит дома, а время аудиторной работы выделяется на выполнение заданий, упражнений, проводится и при помощи консультаций с учителем. Преимущественным методом является то, что ученик усваивает материал в своем темпе или в своем темпе. Он сам решает, когда ему заняться, когда ему удобно это делать и когда необходимо, в каких ракурсах необходимо отвечать на уроки. Значит, конечно же, микрообучение – это обучение маленькими порциями в течение длительного времени, применяется в основном на МОКах. И вот на двух следующих слайдах я постарался указать, значит, следующие профессии будущего, для которых нам необходимо будет обучать людей. В ближайшие 5 лет это отчет, который был составлен Boston Consulting Group. Если вы видите, что какое количество работ потребуется в ближайшие годы, то
Recording in progress.
40 востребованных специальностей, которые понадобятся в ближайшие годы. Ну, и большинство из них, насколько заметно, связаны с технологическими прорывными технологиями. Значит, по поводу онлайн-обучения. Почему сейчас? Первое, что приходит нам на ум, это, конечно же, массовые онлайн-курсы. И это очень популярный тренд. Немного о его подробностях, немного о его особенностях. Во-первых, это большое количество участников одновременно, бесплатность, доступность, обучение проходит на специальных платформах, осуществляется система сопровождения. Во-вторых, здесь можно сопровождаться видеолекциями, практическими заданиями, тестами, обсуждениями, и происходит одновременно сертификация. Я бы хотел пропустить несколько слайдов, потому что не хочу очень злоупотреблять вашим временем, Zhanibek. Да, и мне, значит, приведу самые, значит, последние 2-3 слайда, на которых указывается о том, насколько, значит, технологии, с которыми мы сегодня общаемся, важны для обучения. Работать с большими данными, и большие данные, они позволяют нам на основе даты, которая собирается и генерируется, значит, определять те потребности, которые необходимы сейчас в образовательном процессе, и те потребности, которые необходимо будет развивать. Благодарю вас за внимание, и чуть попозже, если будет возможность, я покажу чуть поподробнее о больших данных. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Mr. Aliyev, Dr. Aliyev, for your presentation regarding the education system in your country. But I would like to mention that our topic is green technology, and would you please give your thoughts on the science and education which is aimed to develop green technologies in maybe in your country, maybe in worldwide?
Да, конечно, спасибо большое за вопрос. Однозначно вопрос зеленых технологий очень важен, и хотел бы отметить на том, насколько все это широко применяется и адаптируется у нас в наших условиях, но применительно к нашим условиям. Значит, вопросы зеленых технологий, они постоянно находятся на разработке, применяются определенные задачи, применяются определенные мероприятия для того, чтобы их успешно внедрять. И, конечно же, в образовательных процессах эти технологии тоже имеют место быть применяемыми. Например, если говорить конкретно о кейсах, то можно сказать, что те научно-исследовательские институты, которые занимаются в рамках своих мандатов исследованиями соответствующих тематик, они в пути практической имплементации своих мандатных обязанностей и полномочий применяют эти технологии. То есть, вкратце вот так.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For example, I'm the head of science department in Satpaip University. Satpaip University is the first technical research university in Kazakhstan. And for example, we are moving we are cooperating with the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources to develop the best available techniques reference documents. I know that Azerbaijan is also drawing up these documents, and also I think Azerbaijan is a step ahead of us because we just started to develop our breaths. For example, our Satpaip universities trying to implement their research in the breath documents. And representatives of Satpaip University are members of technical working groups. So basically, the government of Kazakhstan created technical working groups to develop the best available BAT reference books. So would you please give us some thoughts regarding the best available techniques? Because I know I was in meetings with Azerbaijan representatives, and they are doing a great job. They are also implementing the European experience on this issue. So maybe you can discuss this topic.
Большое спасибо за вопрос. Естественно, кооперация и сотрудничество в области зеленых технологий очень важна, тем более, когда мы все находимся в тех фазах, когда говорим о net carbon, zero carbon и так далее. Необходимо упомянуть тот момент, что достижения, которые связаны с четвертой промышленной революцией, и те достижения, которые имеются с техническим прогрессом, они напрямую связаны с тем, насколько эффективно будут применяться эти самые достижения, использоваться зеленые технологии. Потому что, вы знаете, что постепенный переход от, скажем, традиционных источников энергии к возобновляемым и альтернативным источникам энергии является сейчас одним из важных приоритетов и приоритетов развития не только нашей страны Азербайджана, но и в общем, если посмотреть глобально по миру. Поэтому широкое использование методов альтернативной энергетики could cover the question that you asked. If you don't mind, I will continue with that.
Okay. But please, very shortly. because we have a second question from the audience.
Great. Zhanibek, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great, great. Разрешите мне сейчас перейти вот на вторую часть презентации. Ну, я опять-таки подумал, выхожу за регламент, поэтому ее прервал. И поэтому хотел бы перейти на вот презентацию о смешанном обучении и о том, какие традиционные формы можно мешать с альтернативами. И далее уже продолжать отвечать на ваши вопросы, если вы не возражаете.
Okay, no problem.
Насколько и видно по этому слайду, то есть одна из форм обучения – это смешанное обучение, где сочетаются значит, традиционные формы обучения с элементами электронного образования. Это и основные принципы здесь поддержка персональных стилей обучения. Характеристиками этой формы обучения являются интерактивность, адаптивность и значит, индивидуализация. Далее хотелось бы перейти на МУКи, характеристику онлайн-курсов, то, что здесь в основном поддерживаются как встраиваемые значит, модели обучения, то есть это когда дополнительный материал для обучающего образовательного процесса при ее традиционной реализации. Здесь происходит частичная замена аудиторных занятий, замена традиционного обучения, которое, кстати, у нас применяется и которое я упомяну чуть попозже. И теперь, значит, хотел бы перейти на следующий вопрос, каким должен быть преподаватель, работающий в цифровой среде. Хотел бы сконцентрировать ваше внимание на проводимом исследовании на тему кадры образования будущего и новые роли для расширения образовательной экосистемы. Значит, здесь рассматриваются следующие роли, которые могут появиться в будущем, и то, как они могут сделать образовательную среду более гибкой, более интенсивной. В качестве дизайнера образовательных траекторий преподаватель ставит цели обучения, темпы обучения и моделирование результатов. Далее, в качестве инспектора компетенций он связывает образовательные процессы воедино. И далее, в качестве продюсера реальности он занимается решением проблем образования, начиная с профессиональной подготовки педагогов, заканчивая созданием траекторного образования. Здесь, конечно, видно, что в этой матрице показаны, какими должны быть навыки в зависимости от преподавательского статуса. И так, например, модератору надо обладать как системным мышлением, коммуникациями, уметь управлять проектами, работать с людьми, иметь творческие задатки. Ну, например, если посмотреть на игру мастера, то он должен разбираться в мультикультуральности, в навыках художественного творчества. А тьютор должен уметь работать с людьми и быть клиентоориентированным. То есть цифровой педагог – это специалист, получается, широкого профиля. Он преподаватель цифровой среды, должен быть обладателем цифровой компетенции, четко понимать ту роль, которую технологии играют в процессе образования и, конечно же, уметь пользоваться ими. Основным посылом этого слайда являются следующие. Темпы цифровизации превышают развитие навыков и умений. Соответственно, в области применения средств цифровой трансформации среды у большинства людей. Поэтому важно найти баланс и постоянно работать над ними, над такими способностями, как цифровые навыки, над профессиональные и профессиональные навыки. Далее хотелось бы остановиться на данных, значит, которые предоставил отчет Евросоюза. Это рамки цифровых компетенций граждан и уровни применения их использования. Насколько видно, отчет свежий 2019 года. Так вот, среди 5 первых значит, компетенций указывается информационная грамотность, коммуникация и сотрудничество, значит, создание цифрового контента, кибербезопасность, решение проблем цифровой среды. Решение проблем в цифровой среде обозначено как базовые навыки граждан. Если посмотреть поглубже, то каждая из этих категорий также поделена на сегменты компетенций.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Ali. I'm sorry. Can I stop you here? This is discussion session. Let's discuss about trends. Okay, if you wanna discuss about education, and let me ask you another question regarding the education. And again, as we know, the green technologies are aimed to improve the environment, and as we know, to improve the environment, to improve the people mind, we need to raise the people awarenesses, right? So, do you have a specific program in schools, maybe in children gardens, maybe in universities that teach how to be more environmentally friendly, and how to engage people to green policy. Maybe you have in universities some special programs in green technologies. Maybe you have some special scientific projects which aim to green technologies as well. So let's discuss this topic.
Я думаю, что прежде чем начинать, спасибо. Я думаю, что давайте продолжим в форме дискуссии, в форме диалога. Действительно, подготовка для зеленых технологий должна начинаться со школы, и дальше это должна быть встраиваемой моделью, которая переносится и в среднеспециальное образование, и в высшее образование. И вообще-то это должно становиться образом жизни. То есть, на наш взгляд, с того момента, когда человек переходит порог образовательного учреждения, он должен думать о том, что живет в такое время, в такую эпоху, когда зеленые технологии и охрана окружающей среды становятся приоритетным направлением. То есть об этом надо заботиться с первых классов школы. И действительно, значит, пропаганда идей, которые связаны с защитой окружающей среды, с зелеными технологиями, она начинает постепенно набирать оборот, и об этом говорят уже как в школе, так и в высших учебных заведениях. Конечно же, это очень важно, и этому придается очень большое внимание.
Thank you very much. And we have questions from the audience, and question is for me, interesting, and the question is for me as a chairman of this panel discussion. And so the question is, what kind of education programs can he learn to work in green energy field? So let me answer this question. I mean, in green technologies, it's just, I mean, it don't mean that to be working green energy field, you have to study only environmental oriented programs. So you can study, for example, energy. You can study even in oil and gas programs, and to be more greener, let's say that. And I mean, a lot of programs has education programs aim to introduce green technologies. For example, in Satpai University, even we are technical university, we always consider the environment. So we have a lot of projects aimed in oil and gas sector, projects aimed in metallurgy, and the main aspect in this project also the environmental effect to the nature. So we always consider the environment, and we always consider the effectiveness of the our technologies. That's why I previously mentioned about the best available techniques. So our aim is to be in the list of the best available techniques. So now Kazakhstan is working on the best available techniques reference document. So now, as I'm not mistaken, now the Kazakhstan government has drawn up 7 breaths, and it's mainly in Kazakhstan the introducing the breath is obligatory to the industry because the industry has to use the technologies which is written in the breaths, because in that way they will get some they will not pay the emission for the environment if they use the best green technologies which is written in the breath. That's why we're also working on this sphere, and we want to include our technologies, our projects in the list of best BET list, let's say. And this is our mainly aim of the Setback University. And we also have another question. Okay. Let me ask this question to Dr. Aliyev. So, Dr. Aliyev, we have a question regarding, and this will be last question because we have a couple of minutes left. So, Dr. Aliyev, can you answer, please? How hard will it be for Central Asian and Caucasus countries transition from oil to green energy?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Because I had some issues with the microphone. That's why I'm asking about this every time. Yes, if you can hear me. Of course, transition to green technologies and it is very vital and very important process which takes place in most of countries which are mainly in mining sector, in oil sectors. And Azerbaijan is not the exception. You know, Azerbaijan is an oil company, and transition to the green is very indispensable and vital process for Azerbaijan, which takes place, of course, gradually. And the main issue is that Azerbaijan should decrease its dependence from the fossil oils, which is one of the used to be one of the priorities of the Azerbaijan's mining sector, to the green and to the alternative energy direction. So yes, you are right in this regard. We are very similar, and as you mentioned in your previous idea, Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan are very similar in that issue, that the mining sector is one of the leading sectors of these countries, and gradually, of course, we should decrease our dependence from this and facilitate our transformation to the green field, to the green issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is time to finally conclude our special discussion. So I would like to thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Aliyev. Thank you on behalf of Setback University to you and to Dr. Chung, and unfortunately he has left us. And thank you for the Nobel Fest organizers to this special event, and I hope we will meet again with your audience. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for joining us, and I hope we will meet next year. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. It was a great event, great fest, and thank you all organizers and participants. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страницы рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов Университи подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жбанов Университи – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Жерім, бесігім жүрегімде мәңгесімін. Бұл жерде тарих сырдың сыбыры бар, тұлпарының дүбірі бар. Бұл жерде жамбыл жәкем өлең айтқан, өнердің ақындықтың тұғыры жері, рахым нұры тұнған жері. Айш қоңырым тал бесігім жүрегімде мәңгесім. Төбебейдің қалпағындай жазира жасыл әлем алқабында. Жуасы қарақаты бүлдіргені әжемнің шекер қосқан талқанында. Жері, рахым нұры тұнған жері. Айш қоңырым тал бесігім жүрегімде мәңгесімін. Көрінер сонадайдан анық маған, шыңында қырандары қалықтағы. Қыранның самғауына құмарғалы, туыпты ұландарын алып дала. Айш қоңырым туған жері, рахым нұры тұнған жері. Айш қоңырым тал бесігім жүрегімде мәңгесімін.
Большинство людей хотят прожить долгую и полноценную жизнь, а страны стремятся сделать все возможное для достижения максимального благополучия своих граждан. Для сравнения уровня жизни в разных странах обычно используется значение ВВП, но в последнее время уровень жизни определяется по международному индексу счастья. Сейчас мы переместимся в нашу студию в Ташкент, где вас ждет ключевое выступление на интереснейшую тему – что же такое счастье и как создать цепную реакцию положительных эмоций. Об этом нам расскажет гостья нашего вечера, министр счастья и благополучия Германии Gina Choler под модераторством экономиста Рауфа Салакходjayeва.
Всем здравствуйте. Сегодняшний наш спикер – это госпожа Gina Choler, является министром счастья и благополучия Германии. И не секрет, что счастье, индикаторы, как говорят на английском языке, subjective well-being, они очень значимые. Сейчас правительства развивающихся стран все больше и больше внимания отделяют на такие показатели, как счастье, благополучие, ментальное здоровье. И мир уходит от экономических индикаторов благосостояния в сторону социальных индикаторов благосостояния. И поэтому сегодняшняя ее лекция, я считаю, она будет очень важной, особенно очень важной для стран с переходной экономикой, в которой находимся такие страны, как Узбекистан, Казахстан, Киргизстан, где правительства тоже все больше смещают акцент policymaking в сторону именно социальных индикаторов качества жизни. Поэтому, пожалуйста, госпожа Gina Choler, слово вам для вашей очень важной презентации для наших слушателей.
Can I start? I didn't understand. Hi, Rauf. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the invitation to this special event. I'm really honored. It's a great pleasure to speak to you today. And thank you for, I hope, the kind words. I didn't understand, but it sounded very nice. So I have the great honor to give you today a little insight in very important subjects like happiness, well-being, mental health, and especially the positive psychology, happiness research, and so on. And first of all, a very warm welcome to you people from all over the world. It's a great honor to speak to you today, so feel free to ask any questions afterwards in the Q&A session. And I'm really looking forward to these 20 minutes of input I will give to you and afterwards for our conversation. And yeah, as Rauf maybe said, I'm Gina Choler, and I'm the German Minister of Happiness and Well-being. And me and my team, we are running, this is the official logo I will show to you. I don't have a presentation, but I have a few things to show and to give you some insights in our work and why happiness is so important. My team and I, we are running this independent campaign, this nationwide initiative to raise awareness about these important subjects like well-being, mental health, and happiness. And you can be sure I'm so aware that these times we're living in right now, I know they are super intense and they are tough. But this is the reason that my opinion is that nowadays it is even more important than ever, I would say, to talk about and to work on our happiness and mental health. Because I'm working on that now since almost 10 years, and I understood so deeply that happiness really is relevant and important. And speaking about happiness and well-being and mental health, please don't get me wrong. It is not about here wearing these rose-tinted glasses, and it's not about ignoring problems in our life and in the world in general. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's about taking a closer look on ourselves, on our needs, on the people around us, on society, on environment, on government, and to be aware and to ask questions, what really matters in life, what is really important to us, and to work on that. And speaking about the importance of happiness, I want to give you some examples why happiness is a global issue. It's a global topic. It's not only a personal thing. It has global impact for sure. And it is relevant on so many levels, especially in these hard times full of turbulences and uncertainty and so on. And it has an impact on a personal level, on a social level, political, economic level. And all these, of course, they interact with each other and therefore influence the happiness of us. And speaking about well-being and mental health, it's important to see, and it makes me happy by myself that it's getting more and more attention during the last decade, I would say. And you might know the World Happiness Report, which is very famous nowadays. The World Happiness Report is an international poll which is officially made every year to compare different countries with each other. Which country is how happy and why? And if you're interested in this poll, I might try to copy and paste you the website into the chat section here in the Zoom event, and maybe Umit and Rauf will pass you the link through. It's www.worldhappiness.report, and you can see all the data and facts and statistics over there. And because we are so international today, I am very curious, and you might also write in the chat section if you're willing to participate. Where are you from? Where are you from today? Where are you living right now? And how would you rank your own happiness from 1, which is, okay, I'm not very good, my happiness level is kind of miserable, to 10, and 10 means yippee, yippee, yeah, I'm super fine. What would you say from 1 to 10? How happy are you right now? And it's also interesting, where are you from? Speaking of an international poll. I'm not sure if everyone is able to see the chat section, so maybe you might answer this question just for yourself. I want to give you another example. Speaking about international relevance of happiness and well-being, you might also know the OECD Better Life Index, which is also a very great indicator to look at and a great website to visit, also because it's very interactive, and you can rank there your own personal Better Life Index over there. I will link you the website also in the chat section. And I got to know a special alliance a few years ago. I used to participate at an international conference in Paris, 2019. And I got to know the alliance of Scotland, Iceland, and New Zealand. And they build up the so-called network of well-being economy governments, which is super interesting because it shows that states from all over the world, they are realizing that mental health and well-being is just the base of everything. And it's the point where to start building up a very strong and social responsible, good build-up country. And there's a great TED talk you can find from Nicola Sturgeon if you're interested in this alliance they build up, why governments should prioritize well-being. You can have a look at this great TED talk over there. And of course, you for sure know Bhutan and the so-called gross national happiness over there, which is a very important indicator to have a closer look on what really matters in life. And it was one of the inspiration sources when I founded this initiative about 10 years ago. Copy and paste Bhutan and the gross national happiness. You will find lots of information online. I want to do a little link to the economy. Why is happiness important also in the work section? Having a look on the world economy, the lack of happiness, it affects an enormous loss of productivity each and every year, because of depressions and mental illnesses, anxiety, stress symptoms, and so on. So looking at these numbers and facts, it is absolutely important to take action and also to work on prevention and not waiting for people to get ill, but starting a few steps ahead to look at what can we do to build up our resilience, to build up our mental health. So happiness is the base for a healthy company culture. It's not only a nice to have. It's, as I already said, it's the start from everything. And it's about social responsibility and social sustainability. It's a good sign for good leadership style. And this all leads to healthy and, in the end, to productive employees, which is a win-win situation for everyone. And speaking about happiness, it's also, of course, important for a healthy social life in society. If we have a look on the mental illnesses, I'm not sure how it's in your country, but we in Germany, we have some struggles with mental illnesses all over in our society, especially in times of a pandemic situation over here. So it's more important than ever to to remove also taboos from topics like depression and burnout and mental diseases, because so many people are affected and everyone knows at least one person in the social network who is involved in these topics. So please feel free and talk about it. This is the starting point, how we can help each other through these kind of mental illnesses. And this is a holistic topic, and it's including body and soul. Speaking about health is not only body issues, it's also health mental issues. So entirely in the sense of positive psychology, which is the scientific study of what makes life most worth living, focusing on both individual and societal well-being is very important there. And the thing is, how to start? What can we do right now to improve our happiness? Start with yourself. Just do the first step. Try to be a role model for someone, for at least someone, to start the so-called domino effects of the positive feelings. And what is a good way to start? What can we do to increase our own happiness and, of course, the happiness of the people around us? Therefore, I want to give you some little happiness hacks, some little tips and tricks, what to do to start today. First thing is, please try to improve your rituals about gratitude and appreciation. This is the key to everything, I would say. And it's about tricking our brain. For example, 85% of the worries we are having each and every day, 85% of them, they don't come ever true. And if they come true, we deal with them way better than we could imagine. So it's important to focus on the good. And this can very easily be trained. The more we do and the easier it gets. And from the evolution, thank you very much, our brain saves negative things and information and news way more easily than positive things. And for that reason, please focus on the things you like in your life, you love to do, and the people around you who are energy givers and not sucking out all the energy of you. So the second thing is having a look at the time, because we have just a few minutes left. The second tip, the second section is time and slow living. Because time is so precious, our lifetime is so precious. And the older we get, the more we realize that. And it runs by so fast, and we often feel like we are living in the hamster wheel, in the famous hamster wheel. And this might be because we have so many thoughts in our mind. We are so full in our mind, but not mindful. We have more or less 60,000 thoughts a day, which is the so-called monkey mind. And it's important to rest and to take a break and to slow down, so that these thoughts, which are running around all the time, they have the possibility to slow down and to get some kind of clarity, and to realize that we are not human doings. In the end, we are human beings. And this is a fact we keep forgetting in this very fast world full of information and pressure and things we have to do and meetings we have to attend and you know, the hamster wheel. So I invite you to take a little tiny break right now. Just, I don't know where you are, where you're sitting, or maybe you're standing somewhere in the office or in your home office. Just have a little stretch and to relax your shoulders. And take a really, really deep breath down to your guts. And maybe you think of one good thing which already happened today to you, what you appreciate, what you're grateful for. Just one little breath. This shows our body, if we take deep breaths and a little break and a little stretch, It lets us realize, okay, there's no danger around us. We have the possibility to slow down and relax, and nothing will happen to us. And this helps to get the time a little slower. One of the main factors based in the happiness research is that community in our social network, and I'm not speaking about Facebook and Instagram and co, I'm speaking about the real people in your lives, your social network with your loved ones. This is the main outer factor which affects your mental health positively. And this is an information I got from the grant study, which is running since 1938 on the Harvard Medical School. It's one of the longest happiness research studies. And yeah, we haven't changed since 50,000 years. It's in our DNA that we need people around us. We need the community feeling. And we need the feeling of being connected and being heard and loved, because loneliness it's so unhealthy and it's even dangerous. And there's this big social trend of loneliness, especially in the Western countries, with all the digital development. People always sitting at home working on their laptops, and they forget to connect in real life. And this is a big issue over here too. For example, in the UK, there's a real official ministry for loneliness, because they realize that trend and they want to help people to reconnect, which is kind of sad, but very important in these times. And there's this saying which says, we are the average of the 5 people we spend most of our time with. Maybe you just want to take this information with you as a little homework to reflect on that. Who are the 5 people I spend most of my time with? Do I like them? Do they inspire me? Do they help me through tough times? And if you're interested in this grant study I was talking about, I will give you another TED talk you can have a look at afterwards, speaking about that study, what makes a good life, lessons from the longest study on happiness. And next very important thing to talk about is, please, dear people, take some time to reflect. Just sit down, take your time, and look at all the different facets of life, all the little reflecting mirrors, to get to know yourself and get to know what you're standing for, what values are important to you, what do you like, what do you with your life. And this is the entrance ticket for the hamster wheel if we think we don't have enough time for doing reflection. This is also the starting point for personal development, for example. And one last thing before we go to have a little summarize, a little wrap up. One last thing, which is super, super, super important and a little funny, is that please don't forget to invite a little humor and optimism in your life. Don't take everything all the time too seriously, especially not yourself. And remember, it's not about the rose-tinted glasses. It's not about ignoring all the problems and put them away, because every feeling is important, and every feeling is there for being seen and for being felt. But it's about forward looking, and it's about the solution orientation. And human optimism is very healthy. It leads to longer life expectancy. Some researchers of Norway say up to 20% longer life expectancy, which is enormous. And laughing also has a healthy and good impact to our immune system and to our social network too. And one last tip, to let the happiness hormones dance in your mind, smile at least 60 seconds in a row, and to train these muscle hairs. Here they are connected to the neurosystem, and then we realize, I have a good mood. How comes? If you want to train that, maybe in the morning as a new routine, just stand in front of the mirror and put a pen to your mouth to train these muscles, and you look so funny, and you can have a laugh about yourself. So a little wrap up, last minute of my talk. Life is not always easy. I know that. It's no rocket science. It's a roller coaster ride full of ups and downs. Sometimes it's very chaotic, I know, but it's about getting connected to yourself and getting connected to the world around you, and to recharge your energy for tough times, to build up resilience, and to be aware of what is important to you, and to care for the people around you. Take time for gratitude, take time for enjoying life, care for your social network, take time for reflection, and don't forget to love. And always remember, this is very important in our ministry over here, always have a little confetti by your side. If you're willing to blow and throw a little confetti in your life to make it a little more colorful and playful, to enjoy it in the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Gina. It was great to listen to your presentation. It's very inspiring and motivating. We have a couple of questions from the chat. The first one is, if somebody would like to be an agent of happiness, to work in the happiness sector, what, for example, aspects of science does this person has to study? Psychology, economics, or maybe some other, like medicine?
The thing is, in my opinion, happiness doesn't have any, let's call it target audience. So in my opinion, to be a little provocative, I would say everyone could be a happiness ambassador or a happiness, agent, because it affects every single aspect of life, in a medicine way, in a psychology way, and I also work a lot with schools, so in the building section, it's important too. So in the end, I would say it's not important what you study or what you exactly read or which courses you're being a part of. Just be creative in the end, what you do with the information you have and how you could spread them in your environment in a professional way, if you want to do it as a job, or in a private way, just to care for your family and friends. A little example from my side. I used to study, or I finished my studies. I did a master in communication design. So I was, I'm a master of arts for doing advertisement campaigns and to work at advertising agencies. What I do right now, since 10 years, I'm working in the happiness section. So of course, I did many trainings and I learned so very much during the last decade, but in the end, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what you do, just do something with it.
So a follow-up question from the audience would be, your teammates, people working at your ministry, your colleagues, do they all study psychology, or they also come from different backgrounds like yours, for example?
Some of them, they studied psychology, I think 2 or 3. The others come from different sections, like communication, like sociology. I don't know the English word, you know maybe what I mean. And I'm working together with all kind of experts. So there is not this thing you have to do before you spread some happiness and well-being in the society. Of course, sometimes it's helpful to contact colleagues who are experts in this or that field to ask them specific questions or to get some information about recent studies and stuff, of course, yeah.
So a question from me would be, while there is not so much in the chat, is considering a lot of our listeners would be students and scholars as well. Do you think if somebody wants to do a happiness research, it should be interdisciplinary? Do you think the happiness is cross-disciplinary nature? in terms of scholarly research.
What do you mean by that? Could you explain it?
I mean, if somebody wants to do research in the field of happiness, do you think he should pursue doing research merging different disciplines in order to know what's the cause of happiness?
Yeah, I think it's the decision which kind of study you want to do. If you want to spread it like in a big scala, or if you want to look at a specific topic within this big happiness subject. So it depends on what this person really wants to do, what this person has a kind of a background, and what is the motivation of this study. I don't know if this was the...
yes, of course. And also considering, Ministry of Happiness is something very interesting, especially for our countries, because our ministries are more traditional. How does the ministry function in your country, and what are the goals of your ministry? How do you measure the goals, and how do you think you achieve them?
Well, I think our ministries are also very traditional in Germany, and this initiative here is very, I would say, provocative to and this is the answer to your question, to put this important subject like happiness, well-being, mental health on the official agenda. And our main goal is to, well, let's call it to make advertisement for happiness and to get people motivated and inspired, that they realize, wow, this is for sure something I need to work on, I want to work on and to care for, in a private way, in a personal way, and of course in an economic way, and as I already said, in the school, in the school section. Yeah. So our main goal is to spread awareness that this is a super, super important thing we have to care about more, especially also in the political way.
Also, how many similar initiatives do you think, or you have encountered in different countries? What I mean by this question is, we just see a few happiness ministries across the world, and what do you think should be done, or what do you think it should be to make countries make such ministries more? Because happiness is the most important concept of our life.
I know. The conference I was talking about, which took place in 2019, it was from the OECD. It took place in Paris, and this was a conference. I can give you the information afterwards in the chat. This was a conference where people from all over the world came together who had some ideas or projects going on, what to build up in their countries, how to I don't know if they call it ministries of happiness, but some kind of projects, how to raise awareness about that. And there are so many different ways what to do and how to build this up. One example was this alliance of Iceland and Scotland and New Zealand. And something very similar I didn't meet. I don't know what if there's a private campaign called Ministry of Happiness in some other country, but for example, Action for Happiness is a really big project nowadays in so many countries. They are spreading so many good vibes and good inspirations to inspire people to work on their mental health. And I think that Italy has something going on, and of course Bhutan and the United Arab States also have something similar, like a Ministry of Happiness. So there are many things going on. And the conference was called Putting Well-Being Metrics into Policy Action, if this is an interesting information for you. They still have the website online where you can see what the agenda was, who the participations was, where and what topics were talked about. I can write it in the chat. Putting well-being metrics into policy action. This was very inspiring back then. From the OECD.
So a lot of people are interested about your ministry. The questions are keep coming. So is your ministry a government, or it's like a private initiative which is focused more on like social aspects of life satisfaction and happiness?
It's a private initiative, yeah. So we are financed all by ourselves, and we are not we are kind of working together with the government, because I had some cooperations with real ministries, so they know what's going on and they are very curious and interested in that. But we are totally independent. Yeah, it's like a grassroots movement. We could call it like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And also, I would, ask maybe, I don't know, one of the last questions maybe which we have is, considering, like you said, it's a private organization, how is your organization is open for different organizations from across the world in order to share experience? Because I'm sure a lot of people now will approach you, because this is, for me also, it's the first time I hear such initiative, except for Ministry of Happiness in Bhutan. So is your organization open for networking, for exchange of ideas and sharing knowledge?
Absolutely. We are curious, absolutely curious and passionate. And I think, as I told, that social network is not only important for the personal mental health, social networking is super important for letting ideas grow and to connect and to help each other. So yeah, if you have any questions, if you have anything to tell, if you want to just have a chat, what's going on here, what you do, just catch up and write us an email, and we can have a little Zoom cafe.
Yes, our participants are already very interested, because they're asking, can you share example of some of the activities or projects which you are doing? And also maybe I would add a follow-up question to make it more interesting and appealing today, considering there is such a pandemic, and pandemic made people very sad, unhappy, unsatisfied with the life, with everything. What types of projects do you plan to do next year to help people catch up this happiness which was lost before pandemic?
Yeah, absolutely. What do we do? How much time do we have left? I just got you the link to our English website section, where you can have a look about some English information. There's also a little image video where you can put on the English subtitles to understand what we are talking about. And I think, except of that, what I will answer right now, this is a good information source to have a closer look on what we are doing, and you maybe have to see it to feel it and understand it, what's going on over here. Overall, it's a creative campaign, and we have so many ideas in which channels we can reach people to inspire about these things. For example, we do a lot of social media. We're having a podcast. We just this autumn, I just released 2 new books on the market. And of course, and this is maybe the main thing, we're doing many events. For example, working with students, working with school classes, with teachers, and of course, with teams from companies to work on the mental health within the companies. And sometimes, but not during the pandemic times, we have some open events, some open workshops where people from anywhere can just join and to get in contact and connect with each other to speak about that and work on their happiness. So this was a little small insight on what we're doing each and every day, except of writing 1,000 emails and creating new ideas and merchandise and all these things. Yeah.
Another question would be, if somebody asks you, what are top 5 causes for people to be happy? In your opinion, as a person who represents the Ministry of Happiness, what 5 aspects would you suggest this person to focus on to make himself or herself happier?
I think a little insight I gave today, and this is the 5-pillar section I try to realize for myself too, is like gratitude and appreciation, just to realize what's good in my life and maybe to do a little documentation of that. I might show you a little private thing I'm having here in my office. I hope you can see it. You see this wall here. There's a little wall with lots of letters I got sent by many people of the community. And this is my wall of appreciation and of gratefulness. And this kind of documentation helps me to focus on the good and to make me feel optimistic about the world. The second thing is taking breaks and to slow down, and then caring for my loved ones and tell them regularly how important they are to me and what I appreciate about them. Doing the reflection thing and smile more often. I think these are the answers I already told in my input.
Another question. We have just a few minutes, but I guess this is one of the last questions from the chat. There are a few countries in the world which are ranked very high on suicide rates, which means people are very dissatisfied with their lives in this country. And what do you think, how the government can handle this issue at the national level to reduce the suicide rates in these countries and obviously make people happier? But in your opinion, what legislative acts or maybe what policies should be put in place?
Oh, this is a big question for being the last question. Nevertheless, how high the suicide rate is, I think for every nation, for every government, it's important to ask the people the questions, what does good life mean for you? And what do you need to realize it? What do you need to, which frame sections do you need that they help you to have a good life? And for example, 6 years ago, Germany did something like that. We had so many events from high politicians speaking about just normal people about, please tell me what good life is for you. And they collected many answers and they built up an indicator system and so on. And I think this is the start to get in contact and to ask questions and to be interested in a very honest and authentic way. And then not only get the answers and put them away, nice that we talked about it, but developing ideas what to do and what to change. And this is an important step, in my opinion, to communicate what's developing out of these information afterwards. They're communicating with the people who participated and communicating to the media what's happening now with these information, what are the next steps to build something up that it helps people living a better life in the end. And if you do it in a regular basis and if you do it more often and if people realize that you really are meaning it, then I have the hope that, for example, would go down, but there's no guarantee like ever. Yeah.
Yes, we hope so too. So wrapping up our conversation today, thank you very much for your participation to our participants. I also would like to say that in our country, the governments are now more open to setting up different new ministries because our country, like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, are newly independent countries. We have a short history of independence. And for example, in our country, we have a Ministry of Innovation, which was a big buzzword.
Wow.
And because of Ministry of Innovation, we have a lot of startups, innovative activities. People now would like to be more entrepreneurs, more startuppers. And because of such great initiatives by the government setting up new ministries, I really look forward for our countries to set up ministries like Ministries of Happiness, Population Well-being. And we really look forward to having you as a guest speaker and coming and telling our ministries as an advisor, as a mentor, how to make people happier and how to make people more satisfied with their lives. If you have last words, the floor is yours. We have just last minute.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. Of course, let's exchange and let's brainstorm how to make the world a better place. It doesn't matter where, but I think, and this is my last word, it's important not only to talk about it and to have it written down somewhere. I think it's the most important step is to do something and to get out and to try out something new and to be brave maybe it's a new idea which hasn't been there before, but never mind. Let's try it, and let's try it together and build up some communities and some movements which show that there's a great way to go. And nevertheless, because of the tough times, I'm still very optimistic and looking forward to everything what's going to happen, and it will be good. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We really hope people, after being innovative, become happier in our countries. Thank you so much, and thank you to all participants and questions from the chat.
See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care and stay healthy.
Bye.
Мұхтар Әуезов атындағы Оңтүстік Қазақстан мемлекеттік университеті еліміздің ірі және көп салалы оқу орны. Бүгінде ұлттық халықаралық үздік 500
Общее количество образовательных программ в нашем университете составляет 79 образовательных программ. Мы взяли за основу это наш новый профессиональный. Это статус педагога, это, естественно, основы профессии. То есть это нововведения нашего министерства, которые говорят о том, что только выполнять требования работодателя, а также взяв за основу такой вид, как новые профессии, мы можем достичь того, что именно такой основной показатель подготовки специалистов как трудоустройства покажет такой хороший показатель, что наши все выпускники получат свою работу и будут востребованы сегодня на современном рынке труда. Как же мы достигнем сегодня? Это, естественно, в первую очередь, это инфраструктура, это экосистема нашего университета. Наш университет очень богат своими лабораториями, лабораториями учебного направления, лабораториями виртуальных работ. Это, естественно, наши ценные лаборатории. Но дело в том, что кроме того, что есть структура, должны быть еще грамотные наши учителя, наши педагоги.
This panel will be translated to several languages.
Simultaneously.
Yes, simultaneously.
В данном лаборатории она у нас межфедеральная, включает в себя подготовку наших специалистов по разным направлениям, включая математические научные технологии органических веществ. И вот по этим направлениям здесь достаточно оборудование, где эти знания получают наши студенты. Она не просто как учебная лаборатория, еще научно-исследовательская. Там расположены установки для проведения научных исследований. Уникальность его заключается в том, что здесь оборудование, оно, собственно, промышленных размеров. То есть это не маленькие лабораторные установки, в которых в пробирках получают, а именно как на производстве имеют габариты соответствующие. То есть те исследования, которые здесь сделаны, они полностью могут быть уже применены на производстве.
Мы с вами находимся в лаборатории, в учебной лаборатории кафедры технологий цемента, керамики и стекла. Это кафедра по существу на территории Республики Казахстан единственная. Она открыта в 1943 году на базе Харьковского индустриального института, эвакуированного во время войны, в начале войны. В Казахстане имеются около 2000 заводов, которые перерабатывают минеральное сырье в строительные материалы. Во всех этих предприятиях работают наши выпускники. И Южный Казахстан является такой солидной сырьевой базой всех видов строительных материалов. У нас работает в городе Шымкенте работает первый завод в Казахстане по выпуску керамогранита. На этом заводе мы имеем филиал кафедры. Мы организовываем дуальное образование, вот что характерно. И самое главное, мы все образовательные программы согласовываем с производством. Мы всегда учитываем нужды наших предприятий. Вот этим мы, наверное, отличаемся.
Кафедра химической технологии и неорганических веществ ведет уже многолетнее плодотворное сотрудничество по подготовке кадров для предприятия. фосфорного производства. Она была открыта генеральным директором ТО «Казфосфат» Искандировым Мукашем Золкарнаевичем, который является выпускником нашей кафедры. «Казфосфат» предоставил в данной лаборатории наглядные материалы, образцы продукции, которые они выпускают, образцы сырья для того, чтобы наши студенты владели этой информацией и могли выполнять лабораторные работы по технологии производства фосфорных кислот, солей и минеральных удобрений.
Тема моей докторской диссертации – разработка технологий получения калийных удобрений из карнолитовых руд месторождения Чалкар. Актуальность этого данного исследования в том, что в нашей стране сейчас отсутствует производство калийных удобрений, что вызывает высокий спрос на эти соли, как на внешнем, так и на мировом рынке. За эти 3 года моя работа ведется строго по индивидуальному плану. В течение 3 лет мною было проведено изучение и исследование над способом переработки карнолитовых руд, кристаллизации, растворения и так далее. Все исследования они проводились в этом же лаборатории, которая оснащена всеми необходимыми приборами. И в дальнейшем у меня сейчас идет работа над подготовкой диссертации и подготовкой к этой защите.
Көлікті пайдалану және қозғалысты ұйымдастыру мамандығының студенттеріне арналған темір жол әмбебап кішірейтілген тренажеріміз. Бұл тренажерда 3 станция бар, темір жол станциясы. Темір жол станцияларын басқару 3 түрлі әдіспен жүргізіледі. Бұл осы тренажердің ерекшелігі де осында. Яғни сабақ барысында студенттер 3 түрлі пульт таблоны үйреніп, өздерінің өндірістік іс тәжірибе практикасына барған кезде біліп, уже көріп бара алады.
Құрылыс пен химия өнеркәсібінен бөлек тамақ өнеркәсібі де кең көлемде зерттеліп, ғылыми жаңалықтар мекеніне айналып үлгерді.
Испытательная региональная лаборатория инженерного профиля, конструкционные и биохимические материалы создана по личной инициативе нашего первого президента Нурсултана Абишевича Назарбаева, как одна из 20 лабораторий инженерного профиля по всему Казахстану. И с 2012 года имеет право использования международного межлабораторного знака АЙЛАК-МРА, который позволяет результатам нашего анализа пользоваться в 60 странах мира. В стенах нашей лаборатории выполняет научно-исследовательскую работу более 50 магистрантов и 15 докторантов PhD.
Биология және биотехнология кафедрасының жылжайына келіп тұрмыз. Бұнда Қазақстанда сирек кездесетін аз өсетін өсімдіктерді біз биостимулятор арқылы осы жылжайда өсіріп, оны Қазақстан жағдайына адаптация жасау мәселелері қарап жатыр. Мысалы қарайтын болсақ, мына жерде біздің банан өсіп жатыр, ана жақта мысалы құрмалар өсіп жатыр. Осылардың бәрін әртүрлі технологиясын жасап, биостимуляторлар арқылы, биологиялық белсенді заттар арқылы ауыл шаруашылығына қажетті өнімдерді алу үшін келешекте осы өзімізге жаңа тұқымдар алу үшін пайдаланып жатырмыз.
Біз осы ауыл шаруашылық өнімдерін сақтау технологиясы, өндіру технологиясы, көбейту технологиясы, сол сияқты өңдеу технологиясымен айланысып жатырмыз. Қазіргі таңда біздің жасаған жаңалықтарымыздың біреуі, мысалға Орта Азия, Шығыс елдеріндегі жасақталатын курага дейміз, абрикос дейміз, одан кейін жаңағы жүзім дейміз, солардың бәрін химиялық технологиямен өңдейді. Былайша айтқанда сернистый ангидрид дейді. Сонымен өңдейді бірінші. Егер де сіз содан бір компот па бірдеңе жасайтын болсаңыз, егер де сізде аллергия болмаса, сонда бірдеңелер болса, адам қиын жағдайларға түсіп қалуы да мүмкін. Біздіңкі соның бәрін толық алып тастадық. Өзіміздің Қазақстанда таза экологиялық өнімдер, курага, кишмиш, қараөрік, солардың бәрін сондай жасақтайтын технологияны жасақтап алдық.
Это получается цех для обработки мясных изделий. У нас, например, есть вон там вот термодымовая камера. Также есть фаршемешалки, есть мясорубки промышленного типа. И получается, здесь можно изготовить полукопченые колбасы, копченые колбасы и даже вареные.
А теперь давайте переместимся в студию в Баку. Как выглядит университет будущего, расскажут нам гости следующей сессии. Профессор Бостонского колледжа и А теперь давайте переместимся в студию в Баку. Как выглядит университет будущего, расскажут нам гости следующей сессии. Профессор Бостонского колледжа и учредитель Центра по изучению международного высшего образования G.Altbach, профессор факультета коммуникации Вашингтонского университета Mcgarritty и руководитель по работе с сектором образования Microsoft в Казахстане и странах СНГ Нурлан Zhanibekov. Модератор, директор Центра международного сотрудничества Южно-Казахстанского университета Арида Turymshayeva.
Good day, everyone. Dear guests and participants, we are excited to have you all here to participate at the third Central Nobel Fest and the session Imagine a University of the Future. It's an honor for me to be a moderator at this session from Mukhtar Auyezov South Kazakhstan University. At the session we discussed today and shared with our thoughts about model for ideal university, online educational platforms, markets, online learnings, opportunities, and about key players and who will be key players in the future education in the field of science education. We'd like to extend a special welcome to our guest of honor. Our first invited speaker is a research professor and distinguished fellow at the Center for International Higher Education at the Boston College, Professor Philip G.Altbach. Dr. Altbach is a member of the Russian government's 100 University Excellence Commissions. He is a member of the International Committee of the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, Russia Federation. And also he has experience to collaborate with universities from China, Pakistan, and Hong Kong. He is also of global perspective on higher education, transition, student politics in America, and other books. I will give the floor Professor Altbach, please. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you at this time. I was asked to speak very briefly, which I will do for 5 minutes, to try to give you a bit of a broader perspective on what I think the future holds for higher education. So that's a very big task in a very short period of time, but I'll try. And my colleagues on the panel can share some of their thoughts. I suspect, given their backgrounds and interests, that they may disagree with me at least in part. So we are, at least in the rich countries in the global north, as we say, at the middle or end, at least for a while, of the COVID crisis. So we can look back to some extent on how COVID has affected higher education. And my own view, which actually I've had since the beginning of the crisis, is that COVID will have significant impact on higher education, really extending trends which are already there, but COVID will not fundamentally change the nature of the university. That the university 10, 15, probably 30 years from now will be largely like it is now. Some changes, many challenges, but not fundamentally changed. It will be face-to-face discussion, teaching by and large. There will be a greater use, probably significantly greater use of IT and distance education. and the use of technology in general. We have gone very far in improving the nature of IT instruction, particularly with people of my age and younger, who were dragged kicking and screaming, I would say, into the IT age. But the technology itself has also improved significantly. But having said that, I do think that the traditional way that teaching and learning happens face-to-face will continue. Hopefully, and there is some evidence of this, there will be some improvement in the nature of face-to-face teaching and integrating the use of IT through hybrid and so on into the nature of teaching and learning. The longer term impact of COVID on the research university sector, that is the top universities, the ones that appear in the rankings and so on, a very important part of higher education all around the world, but a very small minority actually of the institutions that exist, they will do just fine in the coming period. They may even get significantly better. The problem for the higher education system globally will be at the level of what you might call the mass access institutions. And we've seen financial problems, we've seen technological problems and so on at that sector. In the United States, enrollments in higher education have for the last 2 years declined a bit. They have mainly declined in this unselective, the sort of mass sector, which is very, very important because that's where most of the students study. And those institutions, particularly for social mobility and access, are really central to any higher education system. And those will suffer. I do believe that COVID will increase inequalities in the higher education system overall. The rich, both the rich countries and the rich institutions, the research universities, they will probably do fine. They may even, as I said, they may even improve, but the lower end institutions will struggle. In America, a small number have gone out of business, all private ones. By the way, many fewer universities and colleges have gone out of business than were predicted in the first place. So I think there'll be greater inequalities. I think international mobility, there are about 5.5 million students today who are studying outside their home countries. I think global mobility will continue, but it will slow down. And the numbers in the United States have gone down modestly. I think they'll recover as COVID ends and as borders are open and so on. But international student mobility will be still a key part of the lives of many students, but it will be a slower development. And I think international mobility will rely a lot more on hybrid learning and on distance education. And we're going to see many more degrees being offered through distance entirely. By the way, I think we very, very much need to have much better quality assurance, particularly for those kinds of degrees, because there are lots of entrepreneurial, in the bad sense of that term, institutions which are getting into this space with very, very low quality. So both the students and the institutions and governments need to be concerned about overall quality. So to conclude this brief conversation, post-COVID will be looking very much like pre-COVID. There will be changes. We will develop our system. We already were facing problems of financing, of massification, the tremendous expansion of enrollments that we've seen in the last 30, 40 years. But the system will remain largely as it is. So that's my intro, and I look forward to the conversation with you all. And by the way, I look forward to insightful pushback from our audience all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Albach. It was very good experience, and also we get amazing information, experience from your side. Also about questions and answers in the end of our meeting, we will have a part, and you can answer to questions of our participants. And also, according to your conversation, you note about international mobility programs as the students and the staff. And how do you think? What do you think about international partnership role in the formation of ideal university in the future? What do you think?
I'd be interested in the comments of my fellow panel members too, maybe especially from Microsoft, and how they think about this. I think international partnerships which are already existing are of key importance, and they, so long as we keep them non-commercial, that is, so that we ensure that these kind of partnerships are to the benefit both of the sponsoring institutions on both sides, and especially for the students, that's very important, and that the expertise of both sides can be quite important. I think we have to be very careful about dual degree programs and other kinds of partnerships of that sort, but they are part of the future. They're important, and we should foster them. But as I said in my presentation and just now, we really need to be careful of quality, and we need to keep things more on a non-commercial basis, because more and more we're pushed by our own governmental sponsors in some cases into more and more commercial relationships, and that it's not always bad, but it can be a problem.
Dr. Albach, I think at this meeting, Kazakhstani universities are participating now, and according to my opinion, right now we get from Dr. Albach recommendation and suggestions which we use in our future experience in the field of internationalization and in international cooperation. Thank you very much. In the next one, we are glad to present to your attention Dr. Mcgarritty is a teaching professor in the communication department at the University in Washington in Seattle, and his teaching and research focus on public speaking, argumentation, debate, and the history of the rhetoric. You are welcome. We will give you a floor, Professor Dr. Mcgarritty.
So I had thought I was going to say things that might actually be a bit more controversial, but I'm in very broad agreement with Dr. G.Altbach in the sense that there has been a discussion around how the university is going to adapt to COVID. And the answer, I think, is it will certainly adapt, but there's not going to be some great break with how the university has existed in the past. There was a book a few years ago, The Charisma Machine, that talked about techno-utopianism and the one laptop per child movement, and said, well, we've got all these huge experiments that are being done, and if technology gets into the hands of these children, it's going to transform education. It is a depressing book, of course, because the technology doesn't do that. And I was probably one of the reasons I'm here is I was in that first push. I still do a lot of massive open online courses. So I teach multiple courses on Coursera, and I taught on edX, and I've taught on a number of international platforms for doing this type of educational outreach. In 2013, right, back when that first wave of MOOCs, the entire press was about the end of the university, and brick and mortar universities are going away. And there was this tremendous hope from tech sectors and anxiety from education sectors. And the concerns were, you're going to have a collapse. Smaller universities are going to be put out of business. We're going to only have, one course that comes out of Harvard on, English Lit, and that'll be that. And of course, that didn't come to pass. Again, I would agree with Professor G.Altbach that the university will go on as it has gone on for a very long time. The university as an institution is a really old concept. And it is this sort of recent flare-up of techno-utopianism to say that now we fixed it. Now we've finally solved it. I do agree that things are going to change moving out of COVID. We've reached both, not only, we've had a huge experiment for the past 2 years in terms of what our technological tools can do for traditional universities. Moving forward, I think there will be a lot more hybrid classes. There'll be a lot more hybrid programs. But again, one of the concepts from discussions of ed tech is this notion of tinkering. And I think a lot of what's going to happen is we have all these tools now that have expanded our toolbox, and we can tinker more with how we're going to deliver content. I'm here in Seattle. Is a student who is living in Seattle going to bypass all the educational opportunities here to get their entire degree from University of Rotterdam? No, that's probably not going to happen. Now, is a student living here going to take a few classes at the University of Washington and bypass Edmonds Community College? Well, that's where maybe there's going to be a greater impact, because it is again, those poorer universities are those universities that don't have the same marketing budget to reach out to a pool of either traditional students or continuing students. Continuing education's been an existing concept. Now they've just moved online as opposed to mail order classes. But I think it's well said that universities that now have more because they're able to do more. And now those universities are, for a lot of the MOOCs, are not really even fishing anymore among the pond of traditional students, traditional undergrads, but of moving increasingly into professional development. And you see a lot of professional development happening at the university level for mid-career professionals. I've taught in a number of those programs. That to me seems where online education has succeeded, particularly for traditional universities, is that transforming them, sort of, it's expanding what they do in many ways for the good. If you have, a large cadre of universities that are now not only providing, I work at a public university that are providing what we would consider a public service to traditional age students, but are also providing a public service to mid-career professionals, well, that can only be a good thing. But ultimately, yeah, I don't foresee some, just like we didn't have in 2013, just like we didn't have when television first emerged, or any other sort of distance education. There used to be a program in the Midwest where they had a bunch of DC-6s and they would fly them around the Midwest, broadcasting educational programming into elementary schools. It didn't change anything except there were more DC-6s flying around over Indiana. So I don't think there's going to be a massive break, but we've got this great new set of tools that's going to change how the university develops and who they envision as their students.
Can I make a couple of comments on what Matt said? Because I think it's too bad we agree on everything. But I think he said a couple of important things that are worth thinking about for this discussion. One is, as he mentioned, when the MOOC craze occurred 15 years ago or so, lots of money was spent and lots of money was lost by capitalists who thought the revolution was coming. And as he said, it didn't come. And an interesting recent development is the fact that Harvard and MIT sold their major MOOC enterprise, edX, to, I don't exactly know to whom, because they couldn't figure out how to monetize it sufficiently. Now, I personally think that they did a bad thing because they should not have been in the business to monetize it. And their brain power brought a lot of very interesting aspects to this area. So lots to think about there. Another point that Matt made that I'd like to underline is we are seeing a mini revolution in the provision of non-degree qualifications. Some people call them badges and so on, which companies like Microsoft, I think, and many others are engaged in providing for, as Matt said, mid-career professionals and others, which will be part of the post-secondary education environment going forward. And this is very important in terms of providing skills and so on. And Matt and I are thinking about this from an American point of view, but the implications of all this for other countries are immense. The possibilities for collaboration are there, but also other countries need to be careful that these kinds of innovations suit their particular realities and circumstances, because what is done in Boston or in Seattle may not be relevant in Kazakhstan or elsewhere. So lots of things to think about. These are complex questions. And if you in the audience are students or professors or government officials in the broader world, life has gotten more interesting, but also more complicated.
Thank you for this note. It's a really interesting discussion, and well, I don't know if the moderator allows me to.
No. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for great information and sharing for your experience. And also I want to add to the conversation of Dr. G.Altbach. I think that nowadays a university should be more research, and I suggest to include new term as a careful cooperation, because Dr. Altbach, you in your conversation, you noted several times that each university during collaboration, first of all, to do carefully anything, because it depends from many reasons. Thank you very much. And also, we have got experience from our foreign experts. And also, the next is our Kazakhstani experts, Nurlan Zhanibek. He is the head of the Department for Work with the Education Sector at Microsoft Kazakhstan. And the main activity of this organization is support educational institution in Kazakhstan and the Commonwealth independent state countries in the implementation of digital transformation and the introduction of innovative solution. And the next, we will give a floor to Mr. Nurlan Zhanibek. You are welcome. Please share with your experience with the collaboration and the realization in Kazakhstan and participation in different projects in the framework of Microsoft. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction. First of all, thanks to our speakers, Professor Altbach and Professor Mcgarritty. It's really honored to be able to speak with you and share ideas. I myself, I also graduated from two Kazakhstani universities. One is in degree in languages, so it's foreign language, and the second master's degree is in education leadership. The one I completed from Nazarbayev University. That's my one of the most interesting time in my life, where I spent a lot of research on ICT skills and how teachers perceive ICT skills does it really help? So I was speaking with different set of rural teachers, secondary school teachers in the cities, and in fact, like, teachers still think that yes, technologies like help, but they need a lot of support, and the support usually, it's my personal belief, should come from the school leaders, from the community as well, but also from the how they're perceived when they teach and introduce technology. So that's like a short background, and what I think, what I want to raise at this when we talk about universities, I have two main topics. One is, of course, the well-known personalized learning, and of course, in this regard, I want to focus more on how universities are addressing the skills of students. I know the mandate of universities is to improve, improve outcomes for all the students in the future who will attend, but it's it requires a lot of efforts from faculty, from the community, and it's that's why universities also need some I would say partnerships. Why the universities go into partnerships with the companies is that companies, because they also know how the job market is set up, what in-demand skills are required. And I think in this regard, universities need support in how they're seeing in-demand skills right now for the professions, for the degrees, and how they can help their students stand out in this crowded job market, how they can support their staff to support their learning, and also faculty, how they can introduce some of the additional content to complement their curricula, complement their programs, so that institutions can really prepare students to have their graduates to be I would say useful, or to serve for the society where they prepare, but also to create to make sure their students are ready and for the job market. That's my first point. In this regard, I want to raise the topic of the institutional effectiveness, and how universities pre-COVID, post-COVID, how they can reassess institutional effectiveness. I know from my experience working in the CIS region. I do not see such positions, for example, where we have like an executive or stakeholder working specifically on institutional effectiveness. Up to now, I met, and I know very well, one professor working at Nazarbayev University, whose mandate is to look at how they are effective. But like I want to share, maybe if you allow me, a couple of slides on that in that regard. So, I think I cannot share, but if like organizer can give me rights to share my screen, I will definitely share some slides. But what I want to say is that right now, like universities, they need to capitalize on data that they generate within their campus, within their digital experiences, and that so that they can make data-driven insights and how to make those impossible aspirations goals achievable. So that's the idea. And usually I know that universities in every part of the world, because of the pandemic, they now thinking about how to increase enrollment because borders are open, and a lot of push from purely online universities or online players that provide degree courses, and how they can compete with them. Universities also need to think how to retain their students, retain their faculty, and also like improve their graduation rates, so students like they can build their brand. But also they need to advance in the innovation in experiential teaching styles. That's also like I want to also mention one of the I can share already. I'm set. So universities like need to be able to know how to provide opportunities for their faculty to experience new teaching styles. And I want to mention one of the like I think interesting professors from Sydney University, Professor Dr. Kellerman, who is using a lot of who is teaching classes of up to 500 students, and he can make sure that every student voices are met through the use of AI, of data, of chatbots. So that's an experience of how he shows that one faculty can really make sure the engagement level is almost 99–100%. And also universities need to understand, need support how they can prepare students for careers and citizenship. So basically that's where like personalized learning can help in that. So basically, like institutions, they still need and have a lot of opportunity how to unlock the value of their data. We have, like Microsoft has commissioned some research and surveys from chief academic officers, and they still admit that they're not using the data, and there's the opportunities for companies is how to help university realize that they are very close to this data transformation. They just need to understand how to connect those dots with their data, so that they can make good insights and really make improved database decisions. And usually you have a lot of platforms like AI, like machine learning, like artificial intelligence that can help academic administrators look at the engagement, support well-being of their faculty if they're like teaching online. And right now, some still universities they are online, some of them in hybrid mode. They need this data to understand how they can support faculty, and like in the end, how they can reshape how the university or campus is operating and drive that effectiveness. So I would say the solution is there. Universities need to harness the data. They need to understand how to make meaningful data intelligence, so they can go then to the actionable insights within their campus and make sure they facilitate institutional approach. That's like summarizing, I would say again. So skills focus of universities, that where we can actually still help them, because a lot of online players coming and eating that portion. And I'm saying that universities will still be like as an institution in the society, but they can really like transform and take advantage that they have their data and they can stand out and be like leaders in 21st century. That's just two ideas, and I think. What do you agree? Do you like? What do you think?
Thank you very much.
Can I make a couple of comments on the last presentation? Really interesting, and I think there's kind of two essential issues here. One is the use of technology to improve and go along with teaching in various different ways. And there are a number of things. Everything is always on the horizon. And we saw that with the MOOCs. And in the MOOC case, it got partly off the horizon and into reality, but as Matt said, not the revolution. And now we have all these other aspects. The example that you mentioned about individualized sort of teaching and learning in a large class context. I have to say I'm a little skeptical, but hopefully it works. That, you know, these are on the horizon and can be very, very, very important. And lots of resources are going to be invested in this quite properly because we need to get it right. The other aspect, which you mentioned, which is not so much discussed, but which is really important, and I completely agree with you, is the generation of and use of data for both assessment of learning and teaching, which we do a very bad job of overall, and the use of data for university management. And that's what you focused on. And it's really important. And as you learn from, I could have told you this for free, but as you learned from, from your research, universities even now, by and large, they collect data, but they don't use it all that well. And it's very important that we do that. And this is not only true for so-called sophisticated universities in America or Europe, but also all over the world, because we all have access now to data. Many of us in places like India, for example, don't collect it properly or at all, but we can. It's not that difficult. And we now have the technologies to figure out how to use it, but we need to use it. We need to understand it. So I think you've said some really pretty important things here.
Yeah, I just recently heard also the saying of one company calling data is a new drug.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like they say data is a new oil, right? So, but I like the word data is a new drug, right? And yeah, it's interesting. And yeah, there is a lot of general discussion in the media about this data, who owns where it is stored. So it's like a lot of research is done on that. We have GDPR and different regulations, and we are like locally in Kazakhstan today and yesterday there was a big conference called Digital Bridge where they were discussing lots of topics starting from satellite, internet, and then how universities, so it's should adapt, and how governments need to change. So it's just a coincidence that this conference is taken the same days as Nobel. So a lot of discussion right now in Central Asia and Kazakhstan on these topics. Thanks.
So I'll hop in and add some stuff here too, because when you start talking about 500-person lectures, I teach those, and I've taught those for decades. Live, in-person, large lecture courses. That, in addition to small graduate classes and undergraduate classes. And when I think the issue of these tools, which are wonderful. So you talk about AI being able to respond to each, individual in a 500-person lecture. I think on the one hand, I'd need to see it, but I think that's great. But I also worry that one of the concerns is that who's the audience for these tools? Is it teachers or is it administrators? Because if now you can justify more large lectures, why, I'm cheap for the university if I'm teaching 500 students in a way that if there are 10 professors or, 5 professors teaching 100 is not cheap. And if the tool sort of provides a justification for that, regardless of how well it works, there's an issue. Not that would happen, but that's how these tools are, once they exist, they can be interpreted in their own ways. And I can very much see an educational officer being like, well, look at all these great tools that allow us to take other classes and put them into a large lecture format. And the use of data as a drug, I think, is great too. We do not do enough with data, again, not just at an institution level, but certainly at a teaching level. But by the same token, sometimes we can be led to different conclusions based on the data. So historically, what has been one of the big concerns about teaching evaluations? They don't gauge teaching, right? They gauge they gauge, maybe some engagement, but really they're, attractiveness, significantly skews teaching evaluations. Well, does that mean, we don't necessarily want to go hire more attractive professors? I'd be out of a job. But what it does mean is there's other data that sometimes doesn't map onto what universities necessarily do best. So for example, I can now look at when I first started my very first one, I got a grant from the Gates Foundation, and what they wanted was me to replicate my 10-week course for online. No one wanted to sit through 10 weeks of lectures, and so you watch the viewing data, and it just it dove down. It's sort of the same measure that we see for most MOOCs. With online courses during the pandemic, the classes that I teach, I can go in and I can pay attention to viewing data. So I can see, well, how many students are actually watching the videos. It's not always a great number. Now, historically, before we had video, I could still teach the large lectures, and I could visually see midway through the quarter, it gets a little thin. And then as the end of the quarter starts coming up, you start seeing more students attending. And it was always this knowledge as a teacher in weeks 4 and 5, they're not going to want to come sometimes. And but if they have to because they paid for the class. So they have to show up. And I know if they show up, there's going to be some benefit, and they end up enjoying the class, getting something out of the class. Isocrates had this quotation, the roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. But if we just look at data, what we see is it's bitter, so let's change the bitterness. And so that data can be very useful, but sometimes I think it's very easy to look at data like we would look at likes or clicks on a YouTube video and chase a short-term benefit for teaching, where teaching works well, education works well. The timeline that you envision as a teacher is different than the timeline you envision maybe as a tech person or as a YouTuber or something like that. That timeline is 5 minutes. A teacher's timeline's got to be, for a class, 15 weeks. So as long as the data can get us there and not blind us to that, I think it's great.
Thank you very much. Yes.
You're like practitioners, so it's really interesting, like to hear your view. Thanks.
Thank you very much, yes, speakers. And let me make some comment for last speakers. As I have experience to work in the system of Kazakhstan 10 years, our speaker, Nurlan Zhanibek, mentioned 3 key points. For example, is that cooperation with the companies, improving innovation approach in teaching, and also give more attention for digital experience. And nowadays, all Kazakhstani universities, as you know, cooperate with companies, for example, in the framework of developing educational programs, for example, dual programs, and students have opportunity to have internship practice with aim to get some practical skills. And also, if we say about innovation approach, I think it will be nowadays we have a good opportunities to collaborate with the foreign universities through educational international programs. For example, our university collaborates with the University of Minnesota in the framework of the program which supported by American partnership program. And for us, it's really amazing experience because, for example, during this time, our teachers can improve their skills in teaching, in preparation some educational program as a curriculum, and also it's a connection between foreign teachers and our Kazakhstani teachers. I think it will be a good way for developing our cooperation, not just in the field of education and science, is that such transformation in the for find new way to be a future research university. And nowadays we are aiming to be more attractive in collaboration with our foreign partners. And thank you very much, Nurlan Zhanibek. I think nowadays each university be more active to adopt digital experience, not just in teaching, also in the process whole in at the university. And my question to you, so what do you, as you mentioned about cooperation with the national companies, about support and collaboration between university and national companies, and what do you have such experience to collaborate with Kazakhstani universities?
Is it a question to me or a question to our professors?
This is the question for you because yes. What do you say about cooperation? About your experience in cooperation with university in Kazakhstan?
Definitely. I mean, I've been enrolled again for almost 8 years with Microsoft. The last 5 years, I really worked with institutions across CIS region, and there are different partnerships. One university is really like wanted to help them with really support them with a platform or at least like communication, collaboration. Yes, that's what Microsoft provides a lot of opportunity for that. Like the last, I think, couple of years, we've been working with key university in Kazakhstan. For example, I want to name Kazakh British Technical University, International IT University, Astana IT University, the new one, more on academic programs, because we saw that there was an interest, and also we wanted to help them establish well, not an academy, but really to help them deploy the global academic curriculum for IT, what's on the market, to provide them with the certifications that we see are valued for IT topics. Yes, and we have launched this program called Microsoft Learn for Educators institutional program that helps university to onboard on these emerging technologies, on the fundamentals knowledge of their faculty, and we provide like project management and onboarding and support for faculty to learn those, to get certified, and then roll out this to students to get use of this certification in a way that the goal of this is to help universities be like on the agenda of the IT market, because IT is changing a lot, and we also have have removed one of the legacy certifications, and we created the new ones with our partners like Pearson or other companies to provide the real latest. And I would say right now certifications, they get updated not like once in 5 years, or they get updated almost every year. So you really, I don't know, it's challenging for universities to adapt to this rapid change. But again, it's just the pace of the technology, of the trends that the company, like all big IT companies do, and that's the partnership. Of course, we try to support universities who are focused on research. We help them open the door to cloud computing, and especially when they need to do research for that purposes, we can like maximize the time needed for their research. But I would say that we're open. I mean, and it's not about like we want to go with the biggest university. On the different, I mean, contrary, sometimes regional universities, they are more interested to cooperate, and they're eager to change, because in big cities, universities are big and they have a lot of student enrollment. They are okay, but what we see, and we want to go into regions where, for example, industry universities, we help them to go into, for example, oil and gas industry, or like, I don't know, electricity industry, and we bring the knowledge from the world to this one. So it's again, we more like go into industries, and we want to support small ones. Yeah. So that's.
Thank you very much, Nurlan Zhanibek. So now we have a question from our participants, from our audience. So first question, the pandemic has been quite challenging to teachers and lecturers, especially in developing countries, such as Kazakhstan. What do you think? What technologies need to be developed to help them in tackling difficulties in educational sector, but also stay successful and demanding in their field? What do you think? What technologies need to be developed to help them in tackling the difficulties in the educational sector? Our audience asked about technologies. What technologies needs to for developing for Kazakhstani universities? So we have a few minutes. Also, I ask next question. There are many young people who don't want to go to the university because of high costs, and they offer long-term educational programs. Therefore, they choose short-term certificated courses. What do you think about it?
Let me comment on the last question, which is really interesting and very much in the debate around the world. I think myself, two things. The first one is I'm a traditionalist in many ways. I think education is important, not just certification of skills. So I think that actual study in university, where you are able to focus on a broad curriculum and to learn skills like critical thinking, writing, communication, understanding the world broadly, is very important, not just for the improvement of your mind, but also for your long-term skills, broader skills in a profession. So that philosophy is increasingly criticized by lots of people who are focusing on job skills. And I think both are important. So I think that the kind of certification which the questioner is mentioning is really key, because we need the skills, and we also need to understand that the world is rapidly changing. At the same time, we also need to know how to think and how to engage with a rapidly changing world and with ideas which have been around since Socrates or other ancient philosophers. So this is a bit of a challenge, and the traditional view is a little bit criticized these days, but I think still important. Short answer, both are important.
I would agree and say certainly both are important. A certificate program, and I think from a university standpoint, a certificate program is one that potentially makes money in a way that, and for many, at least US universities, a certificate, money coming in from a certificate program does different things for a university and for maybe the department that runs it. If you're at a large land grant, a large state university like mine, there's certain things that you can do with this sort of certificate money that you can't do with tuition money. And so these types of professional programs are very attractive to a lot of departments, not just universities, but departments, because it kind of gives them walking around money. It gives them soft money for things that they're able to do in their unit that tuition dollars, because they're state dollars, can't do. So I think certificate programs, I think they do stuff for the university. I think they're also a good way in which education becomes public. In some ways, I look at certificate programs, if it's run by a professor, kind of like a popular press book. Okay, it's trying to help people out, but it's not living in the university in the same way, which is the issue of how are we certifying certificate programs? What are the quality assurances there? Because if it's not housed within what do universities do really well for their day-to-day functioning? They do classes. Credit hours are the coin of the realm in terms of being able to survive within a university system. Certificate programs are not that thing. And so if it's a certificate program, it might be seen as just marketing, or it might be seen as simply, public outreach or something like that. So certificate program, I can think of lots of examples where a certificate program is run, and all it is something that you can print out on your own printer as your badge of the certificate, and the exact same certificate program living within a credit housing within a university system. And even though they might be teaching the same thing, they are wildly different experiences. Why? Because in many ways, there's quality assurances on the credit one, because it has eyeballs on it within the university in a way a certificate program might not. So I think they are both important, and I think they can both be great. I do both, so I'm an advocate for them. But I know that how they exist within and without universities, how people are overseeing them is very different. And so quality is a big question to ask there.
Yes, to comment on that, these points are really, really important. And I'm sure our colleague from Microsoft would completely agree. There are lots of companies, not Microsoft, out there, which are offering poor quality, purely commercial certificates of different sorts. There are lots of universities that are doing the same thing. And the issue of quality assurance,
Professor Altbach,
is central.
Yes, unfortunately, our time is over. Today we have a good conversation, discussion, and thank you for your participation. And we hope that its meeting is not last meeting, and we hope to invite you and meet you future in the framework of different international spaces and platforms. Thank you very much, dear guests.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for joining from Seattle. Say hi to Seahawks.
А сейчас в нашей студии в Нур-Султане нас ждет занимательная лекция про астрофизику. Астрофизические исследования помогают понять строение и взаимодействие небесных тел и Вселенной как одного целого. На следующей сессии выступит директор Центра вычислительной астрофизики, профессор Принстонского университета и лауреат премии «За прорыв по фундаментальной физике» Дэвид Сперджел. Он расскажет о том, как сфотографировать зарождающуюся Вселенную под модераторством профессора Назарбаева университета Даниэле Малафарина.
So, welcome. It's a great honor to be here today. I am a professor of physics, and I actually work on black hole physics here in Nur-Sultan at Nazarbayev University. And I am very honored to introduce to you Professor David Spergel, who is a cosmologist, an astrophysicist, winner of the Breakthrough Prize in 2018. And he is a professor at Princeton, and he is also the director of the Center of Computational Astrophysics at the Flatiron Institute. And he is very famous in our field for his work on the WMAP mission that mapped the anisotropies in the cosmic microwave background from the early universe. So he will talk to us about taking a baby picture of the universe. And thank you very much, Professor Spergel.
Can I share my screen now?
Can hear you.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Let me do that.
I can see it.
You can see it, but I want to change the format to slideshow. And can you see that now?
Perfect.
Excellent. So let me begin by first actually just updating my bio. I was director of the Center for Computational Astrophysics, the Flatiron Institute, until recently. I now have become president of the Simons Foundation. The Simons Foundation funds the Center for Computational Astrophysics and actually many other centers. We are one of the largest foundations in the world supporting basic research in math, physical sciences, neuroscience, and research on autism. So this has been a an interesting and significant life change for me, in that for all of my career, I have been working in astrophysics, primarily in cosmology. And now I am responsible for a much broader range of topics in science. But it's still a pleasure to be able to come back to my first love, cosmology, and talk about the structure of space, how we measure the shape of the universe. What I want to do is begin by reviewing the physics of the microwave background, the leftover heat from the Big Bang. Then talk about the universe's geometry, its intrinsic local shape, and then its topology, effectively addressing the question, is our universe finite or is it infinite? Let me begin by introducing some basic concepts in special relativity. In order to understand cosmology, we need to build on some of the basic pieces of physics that underlie our modern cosmological model. So if I were to travel out from where I am right now in Manhattan, I'm here on Fifth Avenue in New York City. As I look out in space, I go back in time. That's because light travels at a finite speed. If we were all together at a conference, it would take light a few nanoseconds to travel from my face to you. And you would see me as I was a few nanoseconds ago. The further you are away, the more time it takes to travel. If you are an astronaut orbiting Mars, it would take light perhaps 30 minutes to get to you. So if you had a phone call with Mars, it would take about 30 minutes to go back and forth with your message. The further out you go, it takes more and more time. It takes about 4 years to get to the nearest star, Alpha Centauri. So people, if there were people on Alpha Centauri or aliens, they would see us as we were 4 years ago. And the further out you go, the further back you go in time. We see the nearby Andromeda galaxy, not as it is today, but as it was 1 million years ago. And when we look out at the microwave background, the leftover heat from the Big Bang, we see it, and we see the universe as it was 13.7 billion years ago. This is going to be something important in our story today, because it means that observations of the microwave background are basically observations of the infant universe. We are looking back to a time when the universe is much simpler. Hence, those observations can give us novel insights into both the early universe and the properties of the universe today. So now that we've covered special relativity, the key idea that light travels at a finite speed, let's now turn to general relativity. And general relativity consists of two ideas. Matter tells space how to curve, and the curvature of space tells matter and light how to move. And here you see a picture of the sun curving space, and light from a star that was at position A gets bent so that it appears from Earth that's at position B. This curving of space and the resultant shift in stars' positions was something that Einstein predicted back when he introduced his theory of general relativity, now over 100 years ago. And here's a headline from the New York Times in 1919, on November 10th, almost 102 years ago, where they announced that the stars are not where they seemed or calculated to be, but no one need worry. This, of course, was only part of the story. The stars, in fact, were exactly where Einstein calculated them to be. And this became the first piece of observational evidence for the theory of general relativity, a theory that has been remarkably successful in describing the physical universe. Daniele and others are working on physics of black holes. The basic picture of black holes and how they interact and gravitational waves were dramatically confirmed a few years ago with the detection of gravitational waves by the LIGO detector with just the properties that Einstein predicted. The success of these measurements are one of the things that give us the confidence to extrapolate our ideas from the laboratory here back into the early universe and generate our basic picture of cosmology. That basic picture of cosmology is called the expanding universe model, or sometimes the Big Bang model. I prefer calling it the expanding universe model because I think the key picture to have is that the universe is expanding. The way I like to think about this is to think about the universe, for now, let's simplify it and think about it as two-dimensional, that we all live on the surface of a sphere and every galaxy is a dot on a sphere. As the universe expands, that sphere gets bigger and bigger. The density of the universe goes down, it gets lower and lower. If we run that picture backwards, as we go back in time, the sphere gets smaller and smaller, denser and denser, and we can think of that sphere eventually collapsing down at one moment to a point. And notice that collapse takes place everywhere. And that moment of collapse, what we call the initial singularity or the Big Bang, is when our universe seems to have started. And when it started out very hot. And as that hot universe expanded, it cooled. Eventually it cooled till it got to a temperature a few thousand degrees, about 3,000 degrees Kelvin. At that point, it was cool enough that electrons and protons combined to make hydrogen. And when we observe the microwave background, we're looking out and seeing the universe at that moment at which electrons and protons combine to make hydrogen. When we look out at the microwave background, we see a map that looks like this. This is a map from the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe, an experiment that I was involved with that mapped the sky now almost 20 years ago with its first observations. And this shows measurements at 22 gigahertz. You're seeing an image of the sky all around us. This bright red region in the plane is actually not emission from the early universe, but emission from our own galaxy, the Milky Way. I think of it like looking out the window of a car or a building, and there's some smudge on the window in front of you, and a beautiful scene in the distance. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, its dust and electrons, is this smudge we see in the front, and we need to use our multi-frequency data to remove it to study the microwave background, the leftover heat from the Big Bang in the distance. And you can see even at this frequency, in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere, as we get near the galactic poles, the emission from the microwave background dominates. And as we go up in frequency, the galaxy gets dimmer. And as we get to our highest frequency, we are seeing primarily emission from the dust. What we can do is combine the data for multiple frequencies. Here's a zoom in, and produce a foreground corrected map, a map of the leftover heat from the Big Bang. And this picture here really is our universe's baby picture. It reflects physical conditions in the very early universe. Another way of looking at that, and just reminding you that it's a sphere around us, is that you could also represent that same data as a ball like this, kind of as a globe. It's not a globe we live on, it's the globe around us of the night sky. WMAP, and I've shown the data there, represents just one step in our efforts of mapping the whole sky. The first observations of the microwave background were made by the Cosmic Background Explorer, NASA's COBE mission in 1992. WMAP, the project I was involved with, our observations were a decade later. And in 2013, the European Space Agency led mission Planck, which included a collaboration by NASA, mapped the sky at higher resolution with the Planck satellite, and that shows the higher resolution data there. Today, we continue to map the microwave sky. Our most recent results are coming from experiments in Chile, the Atacama Cosmology Telescope, of which I'm part of, and the South Pole Telescope, located, not surprisingly, at the South Pole, which are mapping the sky at 5 times the resolution of the Planck satellite, though these ground-based projects do not map the whole sky, but do cover a significant portion. And the science I'll talk about is based on these ever-improving maps of the microwave sky. And I've mentioned these maps from Chile. These are observations on the top at higher frequencies than we saw with WMAP, 148 gigahertz and 218 gigahertz from Chile. The lower pictures are about the same frequencies from the Planck satellite, covering a patch of the sky, just to give you a sense of what the data looks like. The data is showing variations in temperature, and you'll notice the units on the right. We're looking at temperature variations of a few million, tens of millions of degrees. So these are incredibly sensitive experiments, and it's a tremendous triumph of my experimental colleagues that these multiple experiments using very different techniques are getting consistent answers across the sky. You'll notice that ACT and Planck see the same pattern at these different frequencies. The ACT data is higher resolution, higher signal to noise, so the picture's a bit cleaner, but it's the same picture, it's the same sky, regardless of the data sets we analyze in the microwave background. We get a consistent set of observations. You can see the Chilean desert behind the telescope at the right. These observations let us address a number of questions. One of them is, what is the universe's geometry? Geometry represents the curvature of space. Let's start on the right. Many of you, when you first studied geometry, probably learned Euclidean geometry. Somewhere in your schooling, secondary school education, a teacher told you the sum of the angles in a triangle is 180 degrees. And that statement's true if you're drawing your triangle on a flat piece of paper. But that statement depends on the underlying geometry of the surface. If the surface is positively curved, as you see with the sphere, if you look at the triangle on the sphere, the sum of the angles in a triangle on a sphere is much greater than 180 degrees. On the other hand, if you draw a triangle on a saddle shape, then the sum of the angles in a triangle is less than 180 degrees. Remember the key ideas in general relativity. Matter tells space how to curve. So the curvature of space depends on the density of matter. If the density of matter is high, higher than what we call the critical density, the curvature of space is positive. The density of matter is low, lower than the critical density, the curvature of space is negative. If the curvature of space is just right, it's just close to this critical density, then the curvature of space will appear flat, and the mathematics that you learned in secondary school end up being valid on the size of the visible universe. This geometry also determines the universe's destiny. If the universe is positively curved, then the universe, think about that expanding balloon, that universe will expand from the hot Big Bang, get larger and larger, reach a maximum size, and turn around and eventually collapse in what we call the Big Crunch. The universe will get hotter and hotter and will end in fire. If the density of the universe is low, so the curvature is negative, or alternatively, if it is dominated, as ours appears to be, by dark energy, it will expand forever, getting ever lower density, colder and colder. And as this universe expands, we have a universe that lasts forever, but eventually, in a sense, ends in ice as it gets colder and colder. Another way to think about the geometry is to draw circles. In flat space, as the circles get bigger, the circumference grows as 2 pi r. On the other hand, if I draw circles on a positively curved space, like the surface of the Earth, if I draw a circle around the North Pole, that circle circumference gets bigger as I move away from the North Pole. These circles have increasing circumference. But eventually, I reach the equator, and the circumference of the circle has a maximum size. And then the circles start to get smaller. As I move further and further away from the North Pole, as this radius increases, the circumference of the circle starts to decrease. And in fact, there's a simple mathematical formula. Lost my.
Raise the volume a bit. I hear all the guys talking there, but I can't hear
That describes the relationship between a circle and a sphere. So here's a sphere in flat space. As a result, the flux drops that way. So by measuring the way flux falls off, by measuring the circumference of a circle, we can determine the geometry of space. And this is how people do this with observations of the things like supernova. And it was these supernova observations that led to the discovery of the existence of dark energy. The microwave background provides an even simpler way for measuring the geometry of space. There is a characteristic scale in the early universe, which we call the sonic horizon. This is how far a sound wave can move in the age of the universe, and the picture I have of this is I think about the universe having fluctuations in density from place to place, regions with higher density of higher pressure, and that generates sound waves. We can do this experiment right now. I can create a region of higher pressure, and that sends off a sound wave. And that sound wave propagates outwards, much like a ripple on a lake when I throw a rocket. When I observe the microwave background, as I've mentioned, I'm observing it at a time at which electrons and protons combine to make hydrogen, a time that we know to be about 380,000 years after the Big Bang. So we know the size of that ring. The size of that ring is about 380,000 light years in radius. It's a little bit less because we have to correct for the way the sound waves behave in a thick plasma, but we know that distance. So effectively, nature is holding up a ruler to us. And if the geometry of the universe is flat, the characteristic size of the hot and cold spots should be roughly a degree. If the universe is open, that characteristic size should be smaller, more like a third of a degree. And in fact, if the universe was made up only of matter, the matter we observe, That's about the size we expect. Then we went to make our observations. Look at those observations of the microwave sky. We can measure the characteristic size of all those hot and cold spots you see. And that's what we do with our observations. And one way of looking at those observations is to take the individual hot and cold spots on the map, stack the images around it, and that's what you see in this picture. Here's an image stacked of data around each cold spot, and you can see when you look at the observations and analyze them this way, around every cold spot is a hot ring of about 1 degree. That's the distance to that sonic horizon. It's 1 degree. Similarly, stacked around each cold spot is around each hot spot's a cold ring. The top panels show the observations. The bottom panels show the theoretical predictions for the best fit model, and you can see they match beautifully. And that shows that our universe is flat. The geometry you learned at an early age seems to be valid on the scale of the universe. That also implies that the universe will keep expanding forever and ever. These other observations, are observations of microwave background polarization. And again, you see a match between the observed pattern of polarized light stacked around these hot and cold spots and the theoretical predictions. And this match is something we've seen in all the experiments to date. So now, let me turn from geometry to topology. Geometry is just involved with the shape of the universe. And as we've discussed with the universe's destiny, whether it will expand forever or not, topology describes whether the universe is finite or infinite. And the way that I like to think about topology is first to think about it in 2 dimensions. If I have an infinite plane, a plane that stretches out forever, that's an infinite 2-dimensional universe. But now let's think about a finite universe, better described by a piece of paper. And if I take that piece of paper and say, if I go to this edge here, I reemerge here. One way of representing that mathematically is to glue that together and glue the 2 sides together to make a cylinder, and then attach the ends to make a shape called a torus, or I think of as a donut or a bagel. And if we live on the surface of a torus, if I'm an ant moving around this torus, I can keep moving around that direction or move around in this direction, come back to where I started. This torus is a finite universe. This is one way of representing a finite universe. Another way of representing it is what we call a tiling, where we make identical copies of the same universe so that I appear perhaps here and here and here in all those pictures. And I can, in fact, tile all of space with infinite copies of this smaller universe. There are many other tilings in 2 dimensions. This is a tiling made up of hexagons that cover the surface of a hyperbolic 2-dimensional surface. And there's a rich set of ways of doing tilings and a rich field of mathematics we call topology. We can also tile 3-dimensional spaces with cubes. Here I identify the yellow sides, the red sides, and the blue top and bottom. And if I were to leave through the yellow shape side, I'd reemerge back on the other yellow side. You can think of this again, as a torus glued together. Here, it's not a two-dimensional torus in three-dimensional space, which I showed earlier, but a three-dimensional torus, which I'd have to embed in a higher dimensional space, so I can't make a good view graph of it. But instead, I'll represent it with a tiling, and there you see many, many copies of the Earth in this different tiling. And I can talk, there are many different tilings. In fact, there are an infinite number of different tiling patterns. Here's a tiling pattern that works in hyperbolic spaces with multiple copies. And fundamentally, what we'd like to know, does our universe look like this, a finite universe where you can eventually keep going and come back to the same place? Or is our universe infinite? And to me, this was one of the really interesting questions that we wanted to address. This shows yet another shape, a dodecahedron space shape that looks like a football. And this dodecahedron shaped space is yet another way of tiling space. And there's the dodecahedron tiling. Now let's return to our microwave background. When we look at the microwave background, we're looking out at a sphere around us. Now we can embed that sphere in our tiling. And if the universe is finite, when I look out that way at the microwave sky and look at that way at the microwave sky, I'm actually looking at the same point, because you can think about light traveling around that torus, traveling around the surface of these various embeddings. So I'm seeing the same universe in both directions. And in fact, by looking where those circles are, how they match up, one can not only show that the universe is finite, but the angle between these circles determine what the mathematicians call the generators of the topology, and give us a way of measuring the underlying shape. So one of the things we did with our observations was look for these matched circles. And here is an illustration showing the same sphere glued to itself to make a repeating pattern in a universe that's shaped like a three torus. That's the universe whose underlying shape was that cube I showed before. And that would produce a pattern of matched circles where you'd actually have a circle on this side and another circle 180 degrees away that was a matched pattern. And here's another way of looking at all those matched circles. So one of the things we did go for was look at the data and look for matches. And what I'm showing you on the right are simulations that we did using a lot of supercomputer time of what pattern we would see, what would be the best matched circle as a function of circle radius alpha going from 0 to 90 degrees in a particular realization I showed in the image before. And you can see that there are these characteristic sizes at which the circles, you find these matched circles, and this particular pattern would tell you the topology of the universe. Now you'll notice that the matches are not perfect, and that reflects the fact that the fluctuations we see in the microwave sky do not entirely come from the surface of last scatter, but also reflect other physics along the line of sight. We looked at the data. This is what we saw. No spikes, no matches, no circles. And we've actually checked all possible circles at all possible sizes and angles. And from this, we learned the universe is not only flat, but the universe is big. We can't prove that the universe is infinite. We can only show that if the universe was, say that if the universe was finite and its size was smaller than about 40 billion light years across, then we would have detected topology. So we can say that the universe is at least bigger than that. We live in a big, flat universe. So what should you take away from this talk? I hope you've taken away a sense that cosmology isn't really a golden age. And I've just given you a taste of some of the questions we're addressing in cosmology. We're also thinking about questions like, how did the universe begin? How do galaxies emerge? One of the surprising things we've learned from topology, cosmology, is that the universe is dominated by dark matter and dark energy. Atoms that make up us make up only 5% of the universe. And we're trying to figure out what is dark matter, what is dark energy. Today, I want to give you a sense of what we have learned about the geometry and the topology of the universe from our observations of the microwave sky. And I hope you've taken away that the geometry of the universe is close to flat. The universe's future seems to be open. We will expand forever. We need not worry about the universe collapsing in a big crunch a few billion years from now. And we've learned that the universe is not small and finite, but is at least very big and could even be infinite. And I hope you've taken away what an exciting time this is, that these very fundamental questions about the geometry and topology of the universe, the kinds of questions that were contemplated only by philosophers in the past, are now questions that we've been able to make progress on observationally through our observations of the microwave background and through other astronomical measurements. So thank you for listening. And if there's time, I can take a few questions, if that works. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Spergel. It was very interesting, very fascinating talk. And maybe to begin with, there's a few questions from the audience here, so we can just turn it directly to them. Can you hear?
No, I can't hear.
Somebody give a microphone?
Would you like to go to space one day?
Yes and no. I would be fascinated to be able to go out and see what the stars look like from above our atmosphere, and to be able to look down on Earth. I've talked to a number of astronauts and they say that's a fascinating experience. I know personally, I'm not very good at accelerations. I get nauseous on roller coasters. So I fear I would not do very well at launch. But if I can get through launch, it would be great to go up in space.
From one more.
What are the benefits of studying space while we are here on Earth?
So the question is, what are the benefits of studying space? Well, the benefits come in many different forms. And in a way, this is a question to broaden it. Why study basic science? Why not just work on applied science that addresses problems in front of us? And the history of science has been that studying basic science has led to discoveries about how our universe works that has impact on our life on Earth. So we first discovered things like helium by observing the sun. We've discovered many things about the physics of the universe through our basic research. People, to go back to people like Maxwell studying electricity and magnetism, they weren't imagining that their discoveries would lead to the fact that we can communicate across the whole earth, and I'm sitting here in Manhattan and you're listening. Often the things we need to do the applied work, we discovered by doing the basic work, by exploring the universe. You know, I mentioned that we've discovered that the stuff we see, atoms, make up only 5% of the universe. So our cosmological observations have shown us that there's lots of stuff out there that we don't understand what it is. And the hope is when we understand what it is, this will give us insights that will let us advance in novel ways. I think it's also been notable that our efforts to understand the basic universe often leads to technological advances that underlie our modern economy. So for example, astronomers in Australia designing instruments to discover pulsars, distant weak radio sources with radio antennas dealing with radio interference, invented Wi-Fi. They invented the technology that uses behind Wi-Fi. So if you're using Wi-Fi to watch this talk, you can thank a radio astronomer in Australia. Our particle physics colleagues working at CERN needed to communicate with scientists all throughout the world. So they invented something called the World Wide Web and web browsers and all the technologies that we're using right now to communicate. This was developed not so that we can use Zoom across the world, but rather so that scientists can discover the physics at very high energies and densities with these powerful accelerators. So basic science, either through what it learns about the universe or the technologies we develop along the way, tends to be what underlines many of our advances in applied sciences and engineering.
Thank you. So that's actually a very interesting topic, and I would take this opportunity to ask you a little further on this subject, also given the position that you now occupy, and it's more related to broad science, and also taking a little inspiration from what happened with the BICEP-2 mission that claimed the discovery of primordial gravitational waves, and it turned out not to be correct. And in my view, there is a sort of growing separation between what the audience perceive as science, what the general public perceive as science, and what actually science is. And I think that this race of claiming extraordinary claims and trying to claim new physics, new discoveries, and groups that is necessary to attract funding is actually harming science and science credibility in the long run. So I would like to ask your opinion on that and what you think about this.
Well, science is a process of discovery, and when you're trying to, and when we explore new areas, sometimes we discover things, sometimes we make mistakes. I had talked about when you look out at the distant universe, it's like looking out through the window of a building or your car, and sometimes you see the smudge in the window in front of you. Our BICEP colleagues were trying to observe gravitational waves from the early universe, and they instead saw stuff that they misinterpreted and turned out to be the dust in front of them. I was one of the people that pointed out that those observations were likely due to dust. And, in terms of how science advances, I think this was actually very healthy. They made an important claim. The results appeared in the literature. And I and other scientists, because it was an important claim, checked their results, showed the potential problem, published articles showing why it was wrong. More data came in. In fact, it was the Planck data combined with BICEP that caused the BICEP team to actually withdraw their results and admit they were wrong. And since then, the BICEP team has continued to improve their results. So I think overall, this is a very healthy thing. People make a claim. The claim could be important. We go out and test that claim. We check the results. Sometimes it's right. I've mentioned that, WMAP, when Planck checked WMAP, they saw the same temperature patterns. When I compared the ACT data to the Planck data, we see the same things. It's very important to have these multiple checks. But sometimes when you check things, it turns out it was wrong. And that's okay. The concern is actually when people make large public claims and work very hard to get into the newspapers to get prizes and attention. And how do we correct for this? Well, I think some of it requires self-policing. Some of it is, for people now like me, who's responsible for making decisions in science funding, to prioritize people who do high quality work over people whose work gets a lot of attention, whether it's right or wrong.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I definitely agree with you on the fact that it's very positive for science. I am a bit worried that it's sometimes misinterpreted by people that are not into science, and that is sometimes increased by journalists and by how the media represents the results. And so
I agree. I think we have to be very careful in how we present science to the public. This is even more true when we're dealing with applied sciences and medicine. I know here in the United States, there's still a lot of misinformation about vaccines. In fact, we have this wonderful vaccine that's protective, or vaccines, they've been developed in many countries and many different vaccines, all of which seem to be quite effective in protecting us. Yet there's many things that appear in the newspaper that are on the media or in the internet that spread misinformation. And I think our failure in other fields, in fields like cosmology, to explain the scientific process, to explain how we check things, leads to a misunderstanding in the public about the nature of science that can be quite harmful.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question, getting back to cosmology. And the CMB gives us a snapshot of the universe at a certain stage. And to know what happened before that, we need to use physics, and we don't have really data. How to get some data from what happened before that?
Well, we do have some data from earlier in a way. Most of the helium, deuterium, and lithium in the universe was created in the first 3 minutes. So when we look at the microwave background, we're looking at the universe 380,000 years after the Big Bang. Our measurements of the abundance of deuterium, helium, and lithium they're basically fossils from that first 3 minutes. So we do have some probes that let us go back 3 minutes. What we see in the microwave sky depends, our predictions do depend on what happened earlier, but that relies on our knowledge of physics to extrapolate back. Our best hope for going even further back observationally is, in addition to being leftover light from the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background, there's also leftover neutrinos from the Big Bang, the cosmic neutrino background. And we've detected the effects of the cosmic neutrino background in our microwave background observations. Those neutrinos affect the density of the universe, which affect its expansion rate. So we can see that in our observations. But we've not yet detected those neutrinos directly. One of the experimental efforts that I'm very proud of that we support at the Simons Foundation is an experiment led by Chris Tully to develop a detector that's designed to detect cosmic neutrinos. And while the detector does not yet have the sensitivity to make that detection, perhaps 10, 20 years from now, we will have the first detections of the cosmic neutrino background. And when we can detect fluctuations in that neutrino background, those fluctuations would actually reflect physical conditions 1 second after the Big Bang, letting us look much further back in time and directly probe earlier physics. So that's something that's beyond our current experimental capabilities, but I hope sometime in this century, we will be speaking not only about the cosmic microwave background, but also the cosmic neutrino background.
Okay, so thank you very much. That was extremely interesting. And I think we have to wrap it up. Yes. So thank you again. It was a real pleasure to listen to your lecture, and all the best with your future position and the future of science. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Көлдері мөлдір айна, гүлдері әсем жайда, сенде жауһар қайда. Төлегіміз оқу, қазағымның оқу, бір топтан қанымыз. Жүрегіміз оқу, дүрсіліне оқу, қосылсын әніміз. Еліміз жұлдызы жанған жеріміз, тәуелсіз арман еріміз, жаралған ардану. Сенсің арманы биік сөзсіз, жүрекпен сүйіп сенде жанамын күйіп, мекенім Қазақстан. Құрыштай қойып қойған, қылыштай іліп қойған, намыстығы тарап бойдан. Құлшынып еңбектенем, малшынып терге бөгем, мақтанып кеуде керем.
Төрегіміз сапы, қазағымның оқы, бір топтан қанымыз. Жүрегіміз сапы, дүрсіліне оқу,
қосылсын әніміз. Еліміз жұлдызы жанған жеріміз, тәуелсіз арман ер
Last year, Kazakh National Agrarian Research University celebrated its 19th anniversary. Today, the university is developing as a world-class national research university. For this purpose, the university has created a developed research infrastructure. An institute for working with the Wageningen University has been established, where training and educational programs such as veterinary and food safety and technology and plant science and technology is being conducted. It is planned to recruit 50 students for each program, where they will receive the best knowledge without leaving the country. Agri-technological hub, water hub, 7 research institutes, 8 innovation centers, 49 research laboratories that are accredited by international agencies are functioning effectively. There are 18 international research centers created within the framework of scientific projects. Kazakh-Japanese Innovation Center is a leading open-type research center. It consists of 4 research laboratories, such as electron microscopy, microbiological safety, green biotechnology and cellular engineering, food and environmental safety. The laboratory are working on the determination of genetically modified products, heavy metals, mycotoxins, the residual amount of pesticides, antibiotics, and xenobiotics. The methods of gas-liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, electron microscopy, and molecular genetics are used. The laboratory staff is proficient in all research methods. Research Innovation Center for Food Technology and Quality develops new technologies for food production. The center consists of 2 research laboratories, such as analysis of physico-chemical and rheological properties of raw materials and the food technology, as well as 3 mini workshops for the production of bakery and confectionery, sausages and dairy products. The Kazakh-Korean Research Center conducts training for managers and specialists engaged in the cultivation of crops in the greenhouse. A smart greenhouse is being built. The investments were attracted from the Fund of Republic of Korea. The water hub is successfully operating. It consists of 14 research laboratories equipped with modern equipment. These are laboratories such as modeling of hydraulic processes, integrated use of water resources, studies of aerobic processes, hydraulic power plants for water supply, use of renewable energy sources, land reclamation and protection, hydraulic research and hydraulic structures. The Research Center for Sustainable Agriculture conducts research and applies precision farming to improve the condition of fields and agricultural management. The center has created a laboratory for natural resource management and sustainable development agro-ecosystems. The Laboratory of Microclonical Reproduction, together with Cornell University, United States, will produce up to 3 million pieces of healthy seedlings resistant to fire blight and other diseases. Intensive garden using Dutch technologies has been created in the Kazakh-Dutch Research Center together with Dutch Fruit Solution Kazakhstan. 54 varieties of fruits and berries were planted. Together with Association the Dutch Greenhouse Delta, a 5th-generation greenhouse will be created at the university, which will become a center for the dissemination of knowledge in the field of growing crops in greenhouse. The International Research Center for Vaccinology works together with foreign partners such as Ohio State University and Australian biotechnology company Vaccine. The center's scientists are working on creating a safe and a highly effective nanovaccine against COVID-19. The director of the center, young scientist Tabanov Kaysar, became the winner of the project 100 New Faces of Kazakhstan. An agri-technological park has been created on the basis of educational and experimental farm, where crops are being tested. New varieties of tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, lettuce have been created in the Research Center Vegetable Growing. The
Yes. Благодарим всех зрителей, которые подключились к нам со всех стран мира за то, что были с нами все 4 дня и получили невероятные знания. Мир и время не стоят на месте. Мы надеемся, что вы будете постоянно идти вперед к знаниям и к совершенству. И у нас сегодня на заключительной церемонии 3-го Nobel Fest руководитель Nobel Fest, директор Фонда инклюзивного развития Maxat Kurbenov. Я хочу вам передать слово.
Спасибо большое, Умит, за такие прекрасные слова. Я хотел бы всех поздравить с окончанием Нобелевского фестиваля, с получением множества новых знаний, потому что знания, наука — это самое важное, что есть у нации для ее роста, для развития человеческого капитала. Только те страны, которые активно инвестируют в науку и образование, будут находиться на передовой технологического роста и дальнейшего развития. Когда мы приняли такую инициативу проводить Нобелевский фестиваль, мы начали смотреть, есть ли в нашем регионе такие события. И мы удивились, что ни в Восточной Европе, ни в странах СНГ, ни в Центральной Азии, ни на Кавказе нету такой площадки, как Нобелевский фестиваль. Но в то же самое время мы увидели, что все развитые государства мира, все развитые страны, которые входят в списки ОЭСР, топ-30 развитых стран, все они проводят огромное количество Нобелевских фестивалей. Потому что Нобелевский фестиваль — это отражение и ретранслятор всех последних технологических, научных достижений, которые есть в мире. И мы рады, что мы имеем такую возможность поделиться с вами такими знаниями от таких выдающихся экспертов. С нами на протяжении 4 дней было больше 100 тысяч участников, больше 50 экспертов, спикеров, которые выступали, порядка 300 университетов мира из 70 стран. Для вас выступали Юваль Ной Харари, Люк Джулиак, создатель Сирии, Мо Гавдат, CEO Google X, 4 нобелевских лауреата, обладатели премии за прорыв и очень много других известных личностей. Я хотел бы отдельно поблагодарить всех партнеров, которые поддержали эту инициативу, которые стали партнерами фестиваля, потому что для этих компаний важно развитие человеческого капитала, развитие молодежи, развитие молодых ученых, развитие науки в наших странах. Я благодарю всех и благодарю наших партнеров. Это Сабах Групп, благодарю наших партнеров. Это Сабах Групп, это партнер в в Азербайджане, которые организовали студию. Также благодарю партнеров в лице ЗИО форум за то, что организовали студию в Ташкенте. Спасибо всем партнерам, которые к нам присоединились.
I would like to pass the next word to the regional HR business partner of the Coca-Cola company, Asmara Nomani, that is representing today the studio from Azerbaijan. Asmara, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, I'm absolutely thrilled. So, dear friends and colleagues, distinguished speakers, firstly, congratulations on the successful completion of the Central Asia Nobel Fest. I'm extremely thrilled to be here, and it's definitely my pleasure to extend warm regards on behalf of the Coca-Cola Company to all of the participants of the Nobel Fest. As a strategic partner of Nobel Fest, the Coca-Cola Company is happy to be supporting this great initiative that is actually inspiring all of us and empowers the young generation to learn and become more successful. Well, the purpose and the mission of the Coca-Cola Company is to refresh the world and make a difference while we're working together to create a better shared future for our people, for the communities, and the planet. Therefore, we actually regard Nobel Fest as a very valuable platform that unites all of us in our pursuit for a better future. And the future will definitely, be dependent on the ambitions and the aspirations of today's youngsters who are preparing themselves for their careers. What a warm way to actually instill this, behaviors in them. Knowledge and skills that they will acquire, professions that they will choose are increasingly important. And the better they know, the better they're prepared for the future jobs, and the better they understand that employers' expectations, what they are and what they need to do to be in order to be more successful, and how to pave their career journeys forward. While using this opportunity, I would also like to provide an overview of what the Coca-Cola system really stands for. And we, as a global and a regional employer, we operate in more than 200 countries in the world. And together with our 250 bottling partners, we employ over 700,000 workforce around the world. With this being said, I'd like to wish all the luck to the participant, and I really look forward that this journey really continues. And I'd like to say a cheers to all of you.
Asmara, thank you so much for your kind words. И теперь я хочу передать слово нашим партнерам из Узбекистана, Зио-форум. Бабур, вам слово.
Да. Спасибо большое, коллеги. Прежде всего, я хочу сказать огромную благодарность всей команде, кто работал интенсивно на протяжении 4 дней. Это большая команда, большая работа. Я хочу поблагодарить всех партнеров, всех спикеров, модераторов. Хочу поблагодарить огромную команду волонтеров, которая работала над созданием такого крупного мероприятия, которое, как сказал Максат, объединил практически весь мир. Столько интересных событий произошло за эти 4 дня. И я, наверное, хочу пожелать всем, кто был подключен, кто смотрел нас, хочу всем пожелать сложностей и трудностей для того, чтобы, решая эти сложности и трудности, вы с легкостью могли воплощать все свои идеи в жизнь. Спасибо большое, что все были с нами. Еще раз хочу подчеркнуть и поблагодарить всех партнеров, компанию Coca-Cola Узбекистан, наших информационных партнеров в Узбекистане, это газета УЗ, Максат, коллеги, спасибо. До встречи на 4-м Нобелевском фестивале. Спасибо, спасибо, Бабур. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Мы действительно надеемся, что в будущем пройдут очень много таких фестивалей. Как раз-таки в 2022 году в апреле мы планируем провести 4-й Нобелевский фестиваль. И думаю, что мы не ограничимся только Казахстаном, Узбекистаном и Азербайджаном, а выйдем на новые страны. Спасибо большое. И хочу пожелать всем участникам, всем зрителям Nobel Fest больших успехов на пути к знаниям и науке. Пусть воплощаются в жизнь все ваши планы на благо страны и, самое главное, на благо мира.
Спасибо, спасибо всем большое. Спасибо за участие. Благодарю абсолютно всех, всю нашу команду, всех наших людей. Благодарю команду в Узбекистане, команду в Азербайджане, благодарю наших партнеров, университеты за то, что подключились, ну и, конечно же, всех волонтеров, которые нам помогали. В общем, я приветствую, благодарю всю команду. Спасибо.
Вот и подходит к концу наш 4-дневный третий Нобелевский фестиваль. Мы благодарим всех зрителей из разных уголков мира за то, что вы были с нами на этом знаменательном мероприятии. Мир и время не стоят на месте. Мы надеемся, что вы будете постоянно идти вперед, к знаниям, к совершенству. И желаем вам больших успехов, новых достижений и творческих свершений. Хоть и завершается наш Нобелевский фестиваль, мы очень надеемся встретиться с вами в будущем. Пусть воплощаются в жизнь все ваши планы на благо страны и мира. Желаю всем больших успехов и новых идей.